speed of your ambition, our badge partner being Xplurger. Let's have a look at a couple of our partner audiovisuals on the screen right now.
Businesses have been trying and failing to get value out of their customer data for years. And it's easy to see why. It's hard to connect data from different systems, harmonize it into something useful, and most importantly, put it to work for your customer. Now, there's a solution. Introducing Salesforce Data Cloud. Data Cloud gives every business the power to connect and harmonize their customer data. It's the intelligent heart of your customer engagement. With built-in AI from Einstein creating insights and recommendations, combined with powerful automations from Flow, now every customer experience is more personalized. And because Data Cloud was purpose-built for the Salesforce platform, it transforms every experience inside Salesforce, giving your organization that single view of your customer across sales, service, marketing, commerce, and more. Unlike other data solutions, we'll help you make this real with low-code tools that help you implement these experiences and built-in security that keeps your data safe. To get started, visit salesforce.com/datacloud.
At the start of the millennium, a vision to publish niche, relevant and quality content for the marketing, advertising and media professionals was realized with Impact magazine. From publishing investigative pieces to asking tough questions to the industry leaders, recognizing the big trends in the advertising ecosystem and bringing in a global perspective.
A brand new and unique global creative network called Densher Creative.
How do you creatively solve a problem or push something, a conversation forward? So I love that a lot.
I just know that's very representative still. I think we have some really strong storytelling.
Impact has been the industry's voice for the past 2 decades. The magazine launched industry-first properties like 50 most influential women in media, marketing and advertising. Impact Person of the Year.
I am deeply touched by the recognition and the honor.
I accept this wonderful award with a lot of pride and happiness.
Top 30 under 30, which have over time become benchmarks for industry professionals. 22 years of keeping the readers hooked on to its in-depth coverage and analysis. Impact magazine.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World. Spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
So well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to once again humbly thank all our partners for joining us on this. Now it is time for the much awaited digital dialogue. Get ready to pop that can of the refreshing session which is lying ahead, which will help you with the digital insights you all are seeking towards. From the classic refreshment of Coca-Cola and Thumbs Up, to the zest of Sprite and the tropical vibes of Fanta, our next speaker knows exactly how to make brands sizzle in the digital age. We're set to explore the fizz and sparkle of the marketing strategies with none other than our speaker joining us. Let's give him a big and a mighty round of applause, Mr. Arnab Roy, VP of Marketing at Coca-Cola India and Southwest. Let's give our leader a warm round of applause. Joining him would be leading the conversation none other than Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media. Ladies and gentlemen, two great leaders joining us as they uncover the secret recipe behind Coca-Cola's digital success, blending tradition with innovation. We're looking forward to the digital dialogue on crafting communication that cuts through the digital clutter. And with that, over to you, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. We have the pleasure of having Mr. Arnab Roy, who's VP Marketing Coca-Cola India and Southwest Asia. It's a large brand. It's a venerable brand. The word venerable is used very loosely sometimes. The word iconic is used loosely. So Coca-Cola is a venerable and iconic brand, and it's a very large business. And Mr. Arnab Roy has stayed with Coca-Cola for the last 23 plus years. This is his first job out of the business school. He passed out of IIM Ahmedabad, and then he's been with Coca-Cola. So please give Mr. Arnab Roy a big round of applause. It's a big business, big brand, and Mr. Roy is a senior leader.
Thank you for your very kind words. I think you're being extremely generous. Happy to help. Have a good
No,
conversation.
thank you, Arnab. I mean it. I don't think I'm overstating the case. Today, when we started in the morning, we talked about the purpose of the brand. The theme of the CMO Summit is about, purpose-based growth. What is the purpose of brand Coke as it exists?
So I'll be honest with you. I'll give you my honest point of view. I think at an overall level, the purpose of any brand or any company, especially if it is a publicly listed company, is to ensure that we make money for our shareholders. At the end of the day, that's the most important one. I think as we are trying to build the brand, make it more relevant to the culture, I think it is important to understand what the overarching values are supposed to be. So if I take brand Coke around the world, essentially, it stands for 2 or 3, I would say, important values, which is what I think we have been tried to be consistent for the last 130 odd years plus right now. I think it's about ensuring that we are able to bring happiness to the world, bring refreshment to the world, and we also stand for a world that is inclusive. And being inclusive, I think, is one of the most important core values that we have tried to remain very consistent, I think, throughout the overall decades that we have been trying to communicate ourselves.
So Arnab, at the core of Coke's existence or any brand's existence is customer centricity.
Correct.
And it's looking at insights, data, and leveraging that to be able to enhance the purpose in business.
All of you who are interested in marketing, do not forget this. The first is either you are bringing in new consumers.
Growth. I keep saying a marketer is a growth leader.
Yeah. So end of the day, growth can happen by either bringing in new consumers to your brand franchise. And even for a brand like Coke, I think the opportunity for growth, not just in India, around the world, is phenomenal. And so everybody keeps saying that, okay, this is a saturated category, you just kind of have a look at the numbers. I think the opportunity to grow is, we can easily double our business again, right? By the end of this year, we'll probably, at a worldwide level, our brand, in terms of the retail value, because that's the best way to look at a brand, because we sell concentrate, that may not give a fair idea of how large your brand is, but we sell close to around $120 billion worth of Coca-Cola in the world, of brand Coca-Cola only. And if I do my math as to how many people are there around the world who says that I love Coca-Cola, and if kind of given a choice, Coca-Cola would be my first preference. But these consumers are not drinking Coca-Cola in a very frequent way. There are more than 500 million people worldwide. We call them internally we call them intenders. So if you just do the math, if you are able to kind of slowly bring all these people into your business fold, you can have a very, very healthy growth over the next 40, 50 years. So just coming back, first step, how do you bring more consumers? And for that, obviously, understanding who these people are. Where are they? Where are their motivations? What are the particular occasions? Then you can actually bring them in. So a lot kind of goes into understanding of that. The second task of marketeers could also be, okay, if you say that, okay, I can't grow the consumer base, your existing consumers, can you increase their frequency of consumption, because that could be the other way of growth, correct? If you go to a market like Mexico, the per capita of brand Coca-Cola per year, which is how many servings of Coca-Cola an average Mexican is having per year, is close to 600. Which means on an average, every Mexican is having 2 Coca-Colas a year, right? If you go to Brazil, that number is around 400. That number is low single digit in India. And so for everything that you hear that in India there's a lot of consumption, the percentage is still small. It's a big business overall, but the incidence number is still very small and the depth of consumption is still very small. So the second growth lever is how do you get your existing consumers to drink you more often? And kind of one of the pieces I give advice to all the young marketers who've come in, I think the way the category has been built in India for the last 25, 30 years, and it's got its reasons for that, was it is a special occasion. You drink it in birthdays or in parties. You see big celebrities. So it's not your everyday relevant occasion. So building occasions is fundamental. If you go to markets like Latin America, the only way that big number has happened because you built occasions, right? So that's point number 2. Or the third important piece of growth, because that's also growth, is you increase your profitability per transaction. So all the three, either you get new consumers, or you get more depth of consumption, or you improve profitability per transaction. If you're not ticking these 3 numbers, honestly, then you're not really having a marketing plan. Let's not call it a marketing plan. And so in Coke, most of the energy is going into, okay, what are the 1 or 2 of the kind of growth levers we want to grow in a particular brand or in a particular country, and everything is finally decided with deep understanding of the consumers or the occasions on that. So that's the way I would put it.
Now, you rightly said Coca-Cola is a very big driver in the business, but there are other brands which are very strong and they have their fan following, so to say.
Yeah.
Very loyal consumers. Thumbs Up is one of them.
Yeah.
And then you have a portfolio, a very diverse portfolio of, if I may say, marquee brands.
Yeah.
How do you ensure that each of those brands gets the right attention and the right nurturing?
So the way we operate right now is that we have got 5 categories that we have, and that's the structure worldwide. So every category has got a P&L. So a brand like Thumbs Up is India's largest FMCG brand, by the way. It's not just the largest beverage brand. Today, as we stand, it is India's largest consumer brand. It is bigger than any brand, either in Unilever or in Procter or any other company. And obviously, it's a pretty big brand, so it's got a very big P&L. End of the day, you decide at the beginning of the year, what's the revenue target, what's the profit target. And again, based on which will finally add up to the overall number, every brand, I think, has got its own very strong marketing plan. So it's not that I can decide independently that, listen, I'm going to put all my money, because the world actually thinks for many years that as a company, we don't invest in Thumbs Up. We are putting all the money on Coke. Actually, it's completely opposite. Coke has got its P&L. It has to deliver its P&L. Thumbs Up has got its P&L. It has to deliver its P&L. We have a brand like Maaza doing phenomenally well. Hopefully, by next year, it'll become a $1 billion brand. And it's an interesting brand because it's got challenges on things like commodity pricing. Because the mango juice prices have been actually very variable. If you had a bad year on the mango crop, then the mango pulp prices goes up. We are the world's largest buyers of mango in the world as a company. So my Maaza brand manager is the world's largest buyer of mango. So it's interesting as to all the other...
I should know him. I can take some more. Save money.
Yeah. So there are kind of multiple things on meeting the P&L, other external factors, but every brand is obviously, we ensure that we have a very sufficient amount of money, but it goes back. What do you want to invest should finally drive growth. If you have a plan which is not going to drive growth, then it's not going to get approved. As simple as that.
Arnab, thank you for saying that. And we are on 7th June. the summer has been around for at least 45 days. How's been the summer season for you as a company? And overall, how do you think the summer products have fared? I mean, yours is beverages, but there are air conditioners which have done well, the coolers because it's been intense heat.
Yeah, I think we've had a good summer. The business has been very good. The business could have been far better. I think what has been happening, Doctor, is the last 3 years we've had a very good run, very strong. And as I was speaking to outside, this category has been the fastest growing FMCG category. Okay, so it's been very, very strong growth. Primarily, I would say driven that it's a highly under-penetrated category. And then on the external side, interestingly, the infrastructure in the rural parts of India has been a boon to our growth. Let's be honest. With higher electrification, we have been able to get more coolers out there. If you have a cold thumbs up or a cold Sprite, the probability of consumption is much higher. So there's been multiple factors which has been playing. I think the last 3 years, phenomenal growth. Again, this summer, phenomenal growth. We could have grown a lot more. And that was constrained with how much of supply and manufacturing capacities we have. I think one example as to why we couldn't still have a lot of our manufacturing plants in place is we had the crisis in the Red Sea. So a lot of the parts and the lines, they come from Europe and they were all stuck on the way. So by the time the lines are going to come in, it's actually going to be June now. So the summer is gone. So while we have done well, I think the opportunity to grow was much more, is what I would say. And I'm assuming it's been the same for all the similar categories and our competitors as well.
You know, again, there's been chatter about that this category is degrowing, and you clear to me that it is not. On the contrary, the potential is huge, as you've talked about it. However, there is a movement from, you know, sugar-based drinks, and you have a Coke Zero, you have a Diet Coke. So clearly you have those alternatives. But there is a movement towards non-sugary alternatives. The health drinks are growing. Water as a share of throat is growing. You know, people have started to drink sparkling water in India.
Yeah.
So give us a sense of what's happening in the category.
Yeah.
Because you know numbers, you know data, you know it firsthand. Use this forum to be able to put out.
I think we are in a point of inflection for the beverage category to explode in India. Now, we all have to be careful on how we brand healthy products, because I think you would have seen, we don't claim ourselves as we are a healthy product. We are a product that you can enjoy. The problem is that there are a lot of products out there, beverages, outside beverages, who claim to be healthy. When you have a look at their ingredients, most of them actually have twice the amount of sugar than what a Coke or a Sprite would have had. But the perception is that this is healthy. And again, the human body is processing in the same way, whatever you have in terms of, so, you know, most people think apple juice is good. When I go on a flight, people order an apple juice. An apple juice gets absorbed by the human body much faster than anything you can have. It's basically pure sugar. Having a whole fruit is very good. And again, please don't get me wrong, we are the largest fruit juice player in India. So what you claim yourselves healthy and non-healthy, I think as all consumers, all of us, including the government, I think we need to open our eyes, and it'll happen. Eventually, I think there is going to be an option for a lot of different kind of beverages. Is sparkling beverages going to go away regular? Absolutely not. As I said, that the opportunity to grow is massive. Because you don't want to have a Karela juice every day, all the time. There are moments in the day when you're having a biryani, you'll want to have a thumbs up. Let's be honest with it, right? And having kind of once in a while is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. If you look at the ingredients, and again, it's absolutely fine. There is no issue at all. You know, people have been, as I said, otherwise the whole world would have, collapsed if you compare the consumption between India and other places. But I do believe there is going to be an explosion of functional beverages. The challenge has never been, there is a demand. The challenge is, can you get scale and can you make it profitable? And having a profitable business in this beverage space is not easy, because there is also a price point issue, which finally India is still a very important piece, and how much you can get scale in it. So that scale thing is very important. So right now, at the end of the day, if you kind of look into the startup activity, I don't want to name companies. There's a lot of new brands who again have claimed to be in the healthy space. If you look at the ingredients, it's the same, but they claim. But the fact is 90% of them are actually bleeding. They have an unsustainable business. And I was sharing with you that even at a global level, large companies have actually struggled in the healthy beverage space. But I am an optimist. I believe, and with all the kind of research that's happening within our company, I know that we are very close to having certain kind of beverages which we think are going to be healthy and also going to be, we can scale them up because we can hopefully have them at the right, I would say, price point.
Now, Arnab, clearly, as you said, a CMO is a growth leader.
Yeah.
Your job is to be able to create growth in the category, in numbers, in profitability, in business. Now, you've done many collaborations with your partners, with your agency partners. You've done a collaboration with WPP on OpenX and Studio X.
Yeah.
Give us a peep into that.
Yeah. So this is a big change we are doing in terms of our marketing model. And basically 3 or 4 points, I think. The last 25, 30 years, actually, we are already late. Honestly, I feel most of our brands are already late by 5, 6 years. But if you look at the last 25 years, most FMCGs in India have had a very simple model. You create mass awareness by putting your TVC. There are 3 or 4 platforms. It used to be even lesser, then it started getting little more. But TVCs were still the biggest vehicle where you can educate and make consumers fall in love with your brand. Then you have got mass channels. India still remained a traditional trade market where spontaneous awareness was the game. And that's how the Unilevers of the world, Proctors of the world, Marico, Cadbury's, Coca-Cola, that's how we build our business. There are 2 or 3 things which has happened, and it's happening at a very fast rate in the last few years. One is that we clearly see, if you take live sports out, the impact of TV is going down, it is falling dramatically fast. All of a sudden, when you make your media plans, when you start working on your reach frequency numbers, you scratch your head that with TV you cannot get that reach frequency target. So you have to take a step back. Then everybody started to say that, okay, I'll do digital. What did most companies do? They took that same TV ad, made a shorter edit of it and put it on YouTube, Facebook. And that's the kind of way the communication has been going. Okay, hum log ne digital kar liya. That's broadly, okay? And the point is, it's still the same problem. Point number 2, what is happening? As of last year, official number in India, which is the hub, global hub of content creation today. India is the global hub of content creation. 10 million pieces of exclusive content are being released every day in India. 10 million. Through your local social media channels, everybody. Everybody and his brother is making reels, putting some content out here. How the hell can we assume that your TVC is going to stand out in that clutter? So all of a sudden, for marketeers to start thinking, we have to rethink the way we are making content. Therefore, the whole partnership with WPP and India is actually the pilot market for this, and we've done some very good examples, and they're scaling it up worldwide right now. We said that we'll probably go, and it's interesting because this was the model earlier, in some way or the other. But it's a group of people, 30, 40 people, who actually come from the media agency, the digital agency, the creative agency, and they're working hand in hand. And it's almost like an always-on content ecosystem. So it's not something you plan. There will be some TV. Let me be honest. There will still be some role of TV. But as you move into what we call content ecosystems, which need every day 5, 6, 10, 20, 30 pieces of content to be released, you cannot go by the earlier plan. So it's a very kind of different approach, which is agile, always on, which is kind of digital first, which is social at heart. And that's the concept of this OpenX, which is a virtual concept, but Studio X is a real world. If you go to the WPP office right now in Gurgaon, you can actually see Studio X right there. And we are opening smaller Studio X in other parts of the country, which is this group of people who are always at it in terms of kind of releasing content at a phenomenal level every day. So that's the future of content. The nucleus of that will be content ecosystems, whether Coke Studio, most people think it's just, okay, I'm releasing some songs. But Coke Studio has become a big content ecosystem for me. The highest amount of consumer engagement on brand Coca-Cola is happening through the Coke Studio ecosystem today. And that's about the building the brand love, the local connect, the regional connect is all happening through that. Similar things we are doing on all the brands is building these content ecosystems. And that's, or IPs, what we call internally.
Thank you so much, Arnab. Music, sports, cricket, entertainment, for your portfolio brands have been big drivers of salience as well as showcasing, as well as consumption. Wherever you sponsor, the pouring rights are Coke, right, or associated brands. Give a sense of what is going to happen in this season. You know, I always say the season starts in July, August, September, October. Give a sense of what kind of new communication we'll see, what kind of new IPs we'll see, and how will you deepen your association with sports, music, and entertainment ecosystem?
Yeah. So we've taken a very clear-cut role on each brand playing a particular approach to a passion point. And you would have seen on Coke, we have kind of taken brand Coke has taken a little bit of backseat on cricket. Simple reason being, going back to the P&L, cricket is expensive in India. And if I have to justify my ROI on cricket investments, it has to be done with Thumbs Up. And Thumbs Up historically has had a lot of history with the sport. And plus with the audience consumer, we said Thumbs Up is going to be focused on cricket, and that's what we've been doing for the last 3 years. Coke is going all out with music. We brought back Coke Studio, though in a very different avatar. It's a digital first approach. And I just continue to see the opportunity of making this IP far stronger. And the engagement, especially with the teens around the regional parts of India, has been fantastic. So music will continue to be a big part for Coke. That's not going to stop. We are sponsoring the on-ground ICC T20 right now. But because it's happening in the US, you'll see Coke there. But all our activation has been happening with Thumbs Up in India. On Sprite, we are trying to take a big bet on the comedy space. So those are the 3 passion points: music, sport, comedy. If you look at all the charts, and Sprite has got a history of being close to humor. If you look at the way the brand has been built, it's always had this nice link with humor. It's a light-hearted brand. And we saw a phenomenal opportunity to go and tap into the exploding space of comedy in India. And I think it's a massive, very fertile space. So we feel very excited. We've done now 2 seasons of what we call, it's an IP we're trying to build called Joke in a Bottle. In terms of transactions, getting first-party data, phenomenal results. But I hopefully have been able to, convince to get some more investment in that. And I'm excited to how we expand the comedy space next year. So that's the way we're going to be working on.
Now, you talked about 24/7 content ecosystem. You talked about 10 million pieces of content being created in a day out of India. Clearly, there are fears on deep fake and what may happen because of accidentally or intentionally to harm the brand. So how are you using technology to be able to, or AI, to be able to integrate that into your marketing on content touch points?
Yeah. I think AI is going to be the single biggest impact in marketing in the last, I would say, three, 4 decades. Okay? AI is here to stay. Everything that I have seen, not only in India, but abroad, and all the experiments we are seeing, all the people we are speaking to, AI is going to change marketing. 3 areas where AI is going to make a significant difference. First is on basically data mining and data analysis. And the kind of stuff that I got a chance to see when I was in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, I think was phenomenal. So the way a human being can, with the right tools, can leverage AI to arrive at insights at a phenomenal speed, I think is going to completely change the way we're playing the game. I would urge all of you to Google about, which I'm kind of learning every day, what we call synthetic consumers. And there are companies who are operating on the concept of synthetic consumers, and how you will start getting insights from proper synthetic consumers is phenomenal. So first, this whole insight space, I think AI is going to be much ahead of the game. So that's going to be commoditized completely. Point number 2 is, I think how production is going to change.
Creation of content.
Creation of content.
TVCs.
It's not just TVCs, yes.
Video content.
But video content, I think, is going to change completely. And we've already experimented that. And I'll give you a simple story. We ran a small digital platform called Fan Pulse in the last World Cup, where Harsha Bogle would come every day and give a quick summary of the match. You know, guess what? Harsha Bogle, we had him for 2 hours only. We had him for 2 hours, yet we had Harsha Bogle to come in, and you as a consumer could actually see his match summary, looking exactly like real life, that he's giving a fresh summary, completely, done by AI. That's not in 5 years, it's already happened. So that's the second point where I think production is going to completely change everything. The third thing is, again, a little bit interesting, is a combination of what's going to happen on the ground, on products, innovation, as we are starting to think about it. I think, I'll give you a simple example. It took us 10 years to get to the right sweetener for Coke Zero. It will take you 10 minutes today to make a new iteration on that. With the power of AI, you can go and hack, smell, taste, flavors, everything. So the speed at which you will see new products coming in is going to change completely. And that worries big companies like us, because we used to invest in R&D in a big way. So because I spoke about it, whether it's in kind of juices and all of that, flavor science was our domain with big labs. And that is completely going to be hacked right now, because if you are a startup, you can go and open up a new company. With the power of AI, you can actually, develop phenomenal products. How that's going to impact is time to see. But I just want to give you a glimpse. It's not just communication. It's the side of product development. And a lot of stuff happening individually in the markets based on kind of local needs and tastes, how you can actually fine tune. I think is also here as a big opportunity for AI to change.
Fantastic. Arnab, my last question to you.
Yeah.
Marketing is changing. Hence the marketeers are also evolving.
Yeah.
And the role of a marketer is not just communication, it is understanding every driver of growth.
Absolutely.
Whether it's supply chain side, whether it's distribution, and of course communication and consumer insights. As a professional, how do you keep yourself evolving, apart of the fact that you went to Atlanta and saw what's happening in the Coca-Cola headquarters in terms of innovation? How does a CMO, he or she, keep herself updated and relevant?
Yeah.
What should a CMO evolve into?
Yeah. So as a principal, and leave whether it's a CMO or it's a marketeer, it's the same. I think the marketing books that we have had all these years, I think some principles will not change. So as I go back, finally the 3 principles I spoke about, that role is not going to change. It's only the way you're going to achieve those objectives. Because finally it's growth. So not to forget that the growth is the ultimate game and then what's happening. But I think have a curious and open mind, because a lot of the communication principles is being completely torn apart. So we have to be very open-minded as to what we're learning. Secondly, I think digital is becoming like an Excel PowerPoint. Today, if you are not a digitally savvy marketeer, you're not a marketeer. Because the world has already become that. If you don't understand how the world is going to work in this new world, I think unfortunately, you are not in the right job. And as I've said, maybe, and even not, this has been the last generation of an analog marketing officer. The era is over for these people. If I don't evolve myself, even for me to grow within the company, I think understanding of how AI works, understanding of MarTech, for example, is becoming very important. We spoke a lot about it, first party data becoming critical. As we move into communication, into platforms, understanding the technology stacks that go and support it. If you don't understand that, you cannot have the communication. You don't know where the costs are going to come from, what is going to impact. And especially then with AI coming in, understanding of the technical side becomes important. So be open-minded, be curious, always, that's fundamental. Keep your strategy clean, that's always important. But then the digital and tech side is going to become the most important piece. So I would urge everybody out here that immerse yourself, and it is not rocket science, it's only inertia. It is not rocket science, it's about, that's why I tell my team, start understanding this, it's fine. What will happen? You will fail in your first attempt to learn again, and experiment a lot, and that's the only way you will keep learning.
Thank you so much, Arnab. Please give Mr. Arnab Roy a big round of applause. Whenever I do a panel, I close it by recommending a book or a person to follow or a YouTube channel to watch. I used to do only a book 10 years back. So would you like to recommend any book or a person to follow or a YouTube channel to watch?
Yeah. Very good question. I follow Scott Galloway. Scott Galloway is very pragmatic, and he's actually a marketing professor, but he's a very pragmatic marketing professor. I kind of love him. I'm a big fan of
Kangna Ranaut.
Pardon?
Kangna Ranaut? Sorry.
No.
I thought you said Kangna Ranaut.
No. I'm a big fan of Daniel Kahneman.
Of course.
Who
Think slow, think fast.
It's one of the best books that I would recommend every marketer to just read. It's a heavy book. You have to read it twice, thrice, 4 times to really understand. But from understanding the basics of marketing, I think fundamentals of how human behavior is, I think that's a phenomenal book.
Thank you so much. And I would recommend a professor. He's a professor in Canada. His name is Saad Gad, and that's a real name. Saadgaad. And he has a contrarian thinking, and that's why I love. He challenges almost every notion that you think exists, and you know it. So, I mean, if it matters, Elon Musk also follows him, but I also follow him. So, that's for today. Please do go have a Coke today when you celebrate, or thumbs up. I'm sure it'll get you more energized. Please give Arnab again a big round of applause. Thank you.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause for both our leaders joining us. And as we celebrate this conversation, we'd now like to urge the welcome of LV Navaneeth, Chief Executive Officer, the Hindu Group, to help us with felicitating and giving a token of appreciation to our speaker. Mr. Navaneeth, we'd request you to please join us, and we'd urge you to please give a token of appreciation from our side to the speaker. And let's get all the 3 leaders in one frame. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all happening in the PIT CMO Summit, Delhi 2024. And once again, a big thank you to all our leaders. Thank you for giving us your valuable time today. Well, with that, we'd also like to announce one of our first winners of the social media contest. We've been harping on the social media contest. We have our first winner being declared right now. We also would like to inform you that we will have 3 more winners still, which will get declared during the course of the event. So since I can see a packed audience here in Delhi, we'd urge you, if you still haven't participated, you stand 75% chance, right? Because 25% goes with the first winner. All right, and I hope this person is in the room. Soumya K. Roy. Yeah? Let's give him a big, big round of applause. Soumya. I'm not going to check your ID, so that's okay. Please do join us. Ladies and gentlemen, a warmer round of applause. We'd like to give him a first giveaway. So, well, the first giveaway of the social media contest is also done. I was just telling him that it's one of the things we've given to our speakers as well. So congratulations, Mr. Roy, on that. Now with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our spotlight session. Are you ready to shine a spotlight on the transformative power of micro moments? What if I tell you that every moment is an opportunity for you to connect with your audience in a meaningful way? That's the power of micro moments, and we're about to take you on a journey through the intersection of data, technology, as well as consumer behavior. One where you'll discover how brands can harness the power of location insights to create personalized experiences that resonate with audience on a whole new level. And on that front, we're elated that we have with us our next speaker who will be joining us. Let's give him a big, big round of applause to none other than Nabajit Nath, Head of Sales India at Bliss, as he talks on the power of micro moment transforming brand strategies with location insights. Come on, Delhi, you can be much more better with that applause. And thank you, Mr. Nath, for joining us.
Quickly do a check. Just 1 second. Goes back. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Bhavna, for the introduction. And I understand that when the host says that the next presentation is by a head of sales, the general assumption and the murmur in the room is that ye to pura bechne aaya hai. But not entirely true. What we have done, and especially thanks to my marketing team, what we have done is that we have tried to pick a topic which is pertinent to brands across categories, talk about how brands can leverage that, and which is micro moments, and then maybe towards the end, slide our pitch, our Bliss platform, and introduce you to what Bliss has been doing globally and especially in India. I'll quickly jump onto my first slide. So what is all the buzz about micro moments? Now, when you say micro moments, think of those as the I got to do now, I have to be there now, I have to purchase this now kind of moments, which are interspersed throughout your day or throughout the week, right? For example, we are corporate workers, we are 9-to-5ers, we have multiple decisions to make during the day itself, during the week itself. It may be about purchasing, it may be about going and finding the next cafe shop, or maybe it might be about going and purchasing a new Apple mobile phone. So those are decisions which are taken during a week, and we go out, we seek those, we search online about those, and then make a decision. So these are the micro moments I'm talking about, and brands can leverage these micro moments precisely to target these audiences which are at the consideration set of the marketing cycle. Now, with that being said, let me do one thing. I'll introduce you to the two protagonists of my presentation. Now, what is an Indian presentation with some Bollywood or web series reference? So maybe you'll recognize the names. I have taken Rinki and Abhishek as two of the protagonist of my presentation. Rinki is a savvy, tech-savvy person who is into tech products. She understands technology. She looks for launches. She looks for a lot of USPs of products, compares brands together. And then Abhishek, he's laid back. He's a corporate worker who works 9 to 5, and then he looks for pubs and cafes and experiences, hangout zones with his family and friends. So those are the two kind of people, might be in the same cohort. So that's the point I'm trying to make. They might be in the same cohort of 25, 30-year-olds, but then have a different way of, location data, different patterns, different search histories, and different kind of, micro moments throughout the day and throughout the week that they spend. Now, how can marketers leverage this? For example, if you want to target, say, Rinki, or maybe, of course, maybe Abhishek also, you have to understand the pattern of their searches, pattern of their discovery that they're doing, pattern of their, historical data. How Rinki has found the Samsung mobile that she bought recently, Has she gone through a lot of other brands and then finally decided to buy Samsung? What about Abhishek? He has gone to pubs and cafes multiple times. How is he a luxury shopper as well? Do you know about his shopping behavior maybe, from these small micro moments in his life? So these are the things that brands need to do. Personalize the pattern, understand the pattern, pinpoint precision. Precision is where maybe Bliss can come to your rescue. And then strategic timing. You have to be there in front of the user at that point in time when he or she is making the decision, that micro moment decision. Now, I will club micro moments into 4 clusters. Firstly, I'll call them I want to know moments. India is a very agile country. India is a very young country. People want to know a lot of stuff. Bollywood releases today, maybe sports scores today. So those kind of micro moments throughout a day. Maybe you might be typing now about India-Pakistan match which is happening on Sunday, right? So those are the I got to know moments which users have throughout the day. And that is the first one. And secondly is the I want to go. People are all about socializing, activities, They want to reach out and socialize with their friends and family, etc. So those are the I want to go moments. Then I want to do activities, gym, clubs, etc. And then finally, the I want to buy. Because India is a very digitally savvy and digital first kind of a country nowadays, what has happened is that a lot of our sales and purchase decisions are becoming very instantaneous. We do not check our wallets before making a purchase. If we like it, we'll purchase it, or we'll go, or we will take that experience, right? So therefore, that has also come into the micro moments segment nowadays, and these 4 broadly cover what I'm talking about in terms of the micro moments. Now, the question which I get from clients and categories and clients across categories and agencies is that, is micro moments, is location data, is geofencing only relevant for a few clients or few categories? My answer is no, because I feel and we feel is that brands across categories can leverage these micro moments and reach out to users at the right point, at the right time and the right point. For example, retail. Now, when Abhishek is near a Zara store maybe, it's prime time for somebody who's a competitor of Zara maybe to reach out to him with a unique proposition or a USP or their new sales event which is going on. For tech, Rinki is very attuned with whatever technological advances are happening. So therefore, she does not need a push, she needs suggestions. She needs some information so that she can make the right decision. So that's for tech brands. Finance, you'll be surprised to know that finance is also using a lot of micro moments, a lot of location data to fine-tune their marketing strategies, right? For example, I'll give you, recently a very big credit card bank, they approached us. They asked us, do you have the data of people who are going to lounges in airports, are going to 5-star resorts and all? Because those are the people who want a credit card, right? So that's the finance fitment of micro moments and location data. And of course, QSR, I think it's a no-brainer. Restaurants definitely want people to be near you, go there, visit them, footfalls and store visits, etc. Now, this gives me a segue to kind of introduce my platform, Bliss, what we are doing, who are we. I'm sure, some of you might have, most of you might not have heard of it. But then, what are we? We are a 19-plus-year-old organization based out of the UK. We have been there in India for the last 4 years now. We started during the COVID period, so the scale and everything is happening now in the last 1.5 to 2 years. APAC region, we have an office, of course, in Mumbai, Singapore, and Sydney. And if I share some tidbits about Bliss, we are older than Google Maps. So we have been doing this mapping thing, this geolocation and mapping thing for the longest time, longer than the biggest, Google Maps that you know. And we have already mapped around 100 million locations across the globe, and we are doing it at tier 2, tier 3, tier 1 metros as well. And finally, we have served ads to 1/5 of the world's population as we speak, and India as well comes into that. Now, what we do. So there are two kinds of usage of the data that I'm talking about, right? We are talking about data about the location targeting, geofencing, that can be bifurcated into two parts. Firstly is real-time targeting. Secondly is historic targeting. Real-time, as the name suggests, anyone, for example, if that credit card bank that I told you about wants to target corporate workers in, say, this building. Now, you guys would be the right audience for him or her. That can be the real-time targeting that they can do. They can just prompt you that, why don't you check out this credit card, right? Because you are a, employed audience, or top-tier audience, so they might be wanting to target you real-time within this hotel itself. But then there is also historic targeting. How does historic targeting help? We are proud to say that we are I think maybe the only platform which has a look-back window of 12 months. So we understand historical pattern and visitation data of users over a period of time. So for example, if I am a user who has searched for or gone to, let's take for example, Tata Motors is one of the clients, right? They want to approach me. I'm looking for a vehicle to purchase, but I'm checking out multiple showrooms of different companies which are competing with Tata Motors. So that's a historic targeting which can be used by Tata Motors to target me and say that, hey, you are in the consideration set of purchasing a vehicle. Over the last 1 month or 2 months, you are searching for a vehicle, comparing prices and USPs, everything. Why don't you check out this new product or new vehicle of Tata Motors? So that's an example that I gave you. That's for the historic targeting usage that we use in our campaigns. Then, yes, there are ready cohorts. What happens is that when you have got a lot of loads and loads of data with you and historic targeting of 12 months, then it allows you to create cohorts which are readily usable, right? For example, cohorts of frequent flyers, cohorts of home buyers, cohorts of sports fanatics, cohorts of luxury shoppers. So those kind of cohorts are readily available. Yes, we can customize also. We can create cohorts basis your requirement, basis the client's requirement. And that's how historic targeting works. And secondly, real-time targeting, as I said, you want to target real-time anyone who's going to a showroom, a mall, an airport, a lounge. We can do it real-time with display, videos, interstitials, rich media, etc. Finally, what happens is that a lot of data is being collated or culled out at the back end. But then if the front end is not good enough, if the creatives are not engaging enough, the user does not respond, does not engage. So this is something which we have solved for. We are having an in-house creative team as well. What we do is we work with these brands to create some engaging creatives for them, help them out in reaching out to the right data points and users with the right creative and across categories. So as you can see, multiple brands across categories have used us, and we have got some awards also for that. And finally, what is all these digital campaigns? Because we are a programmatic platform, you have to measure us, right? You have to measure the efficiency of the campaign. So that's how we offer you. That's what we offer you. What we offer is we drive visits, we drive footfalls, we drive storeroom visits for your campaigns. We also do, of course, brand lift studies, be it in-house or be it third-party promoted. And lastly, we also share insight pieces. This is very important that we do, is that clients need more than just the click data or the how many impressions were served, how much CTR was achieved. They want more insights about the audiences they are targeting or would be targeting. So what we do is proactively share insight pieces with clients, talk to them about the audiences that they should target or they have targeted for the campaign, and that's what kind of makes us stand apart from others. That's basically it. This is a scan, this is a QR code that we have prepared. You can just scan it. You can take this one pager that we have created for you. Thanks a lot for listening to me. Thanks for the time and thanks for the invite. Over to you, Bhavna.
So, ladies and gentlemen, quite a blissful experience hearing Navajit. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. And with that, if I could now have the opportunity of calling upon Alok Gupta, Director, Graphisads Limited, to please help us with giving away the token of appreciation from the team side. Let's give our leader, Mr. Gupta, a warm round of applause as we welcome him. And let's get both of them in one frame today at the Pitch CMO Summit, Delhi 2024. Thank you to our leader, Navajit, for joining us. Thank you once again. So, well, before we deep dive into our next conversation and session, we thought it is now time for our second question of the quiz. Now, remember, the first winner has been already declared. We have given the giveaway already. Even social media contests, one winner is already given. Now for the quiz, it's time for the second question. Can we have the team to display that on the screen? If you know the answer, please raise your hand. Which Lakshya vertical hosted the record-breaking Phygital event for Ultratech Brand Solutions Mega Inauguration 2024, launching 75 UBS stores in a day and earning recognition in India and Asia Book of Records? Lakshya PR, Lakshya Assets, Lakshya Advertisings, or Lakshya Live Concerts, live experiences. So I did see the gentleman at the back, extreme at the end, raise his hand first. Sir, if you can stand up. Can we get a mic, please, pass to him so that we can get to know him better? And remember, sir, you only and only have one chance. All right, if you say the right answer, you get the giveaway. If you don't, we give it to the next person. Can we get the mic, please, passed at the back? We'd love to know your name and which company you come from, and then the answer. Yeah. Didn't they give you the mic? Oh, no. I think they gave it to someone else before. It's okay. Yeah, please.
Yeah, hi. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hi, Ramneek, this side from Lemma Technologies. I guess it's D, Lakshya Live Experiences.
And you guessed it, why?
It's a guess.
It's a guess. Bhavna, it's a guess. It's a guess.
Yeah.
But I think it's a right guess.
Oh, that's good.
All right, so let's give him a big, big round of applause. And with that, if I'd now like to invite Satyabrata Das, the Chief Alliance Officer of Lakshya Media Group, to help us with giving the winner giveaway from our side. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. I think sometimes the guesses come right because of the fact that all the verticals were very different, right? So execution of it. So let's get him on the stage, and of course, Mr. Das is going to be honoring us with doing the giveaway on this front. Congratulations. It's a guess. All right, let's give them a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you so much. And with that, we'd now like to have the partner audio visuals on the screen.
Businesses have been trying and failing to get value out of their customer data for years. And it's easy to see why. It's hard to connect data from different systems, harmonize it into something useful, and most importantly, put it to work for your customer. Now, there's a solution. Introducing Salesforce Data Cloud. Data Cloud gives every business the power to connect and harmonize their customer data. It's the intelligent heart of your customer engagement. With built-in AI from Einstein creating insights and recommendations, combined with powerful automations from Flow, now every customer experience is more personalized. And because Data Cloud was purpose-built for the Salesforce platform, it transforms every experience inside Salesforce, giving your organization that single view of your customer across sales, service, marketing, commerce, and more. Unlike other data solutions, we'll help you make this real with low-code tools that help you implement these experiences and built-in security that keeps your data safe. To get started, visit salesforce.com/datacloud.
So, well, now everyone, it is time for us to plug into the future of branding with our next panel discussion. In this talk, we're going to be exploring how brands are harnessing the power of tech, especially AI, to redefine their strategies in the digital age, and of course, navigating through a world where artificial intelligence isn't just a buzzword, but a game changer for brand innovation and consumer engagement. Get ready to deep dive into the world of AI-powered branding and discover how these visionary leaders are shaping the future of marketing together. This is called Redefining Brand Strategy with Tech in the Digital Age. With that, if I may now have the honor of inviting our esteemed panelists on the stage. First up, Akash Agrawal, co-founder of Zoff Foods. Let's give Akash a warm round of applause as we welcome him. Akash, please do join us on the stage on the extreme left. We'd like our speakers to align as per the photograph so it gets a good moment in place. Ashish Tiwari, Chief Marketing Officer at Home Credit India. Akash, just, yeah, extreme left. I'm not going to be seating with you, so, all right. Gaurang Thusani, Head of Digital Marketing and E-Commerce at Royal Sundaram General Insurance. Let's give Gaurang a warm round of applause. Gauri Malhotra, Chief Marketing Officer at Bombay Shaving Company. Gauri, a warm welcome. Nilima Bura, SVP and Chief Strategy Transformation and Marketing Officer at Luminous Power Technologies. Nilima, a very warm welcome. Sachin Vashishtha, Chief Marketing Officer at Paisa Bazaar. Sachin, a warm welcome. And it's indeed an honor to re-welcome for guiding this powerful and powerhouse panel. We've got our session chair, Kanika Mittal, Country Manager for India at Taboola. Let's give her a big and a warm round of applause. So, well, Kanika, we've got a power-packed panel, right? And we'd like to leave it in your able hands to curate the discussion forward. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Just a quick mic check. Am I audible towards the end of the room? Awesome. All right. Very excited to get this discussion started. It's a very, very eminent panel. And what I loved is that, we are all ready to wing it. And everyone has been very open. So which means that we have a very wide, set of content that we want to cover, right from AI to hyper-personalization to future innovations and things like that. And you have a panel that's raring to go on all of these topics. And the best thing is that we have representation from FMCG, from organizations like Bombay Shaving Company, from a D2C startup like Zoff Foods, and of course, veterans from the industry like Royal, Home Credit, PB, etc. So it's going to be very interesting. Very warm welcome to all of you. Let me begin by asking the question that is top of mind for many of us. Now that there is so much of advent of AI, and big tech, and analytical abilities in marketing have gone to the next level. How has that impacted your marketing strategies and brand communication? And I was thinking maybe that we can start with you, Akash.
See, data is like a gold. And earlier when AI was not into the trend, so everyone was trying to analyze data with their different ways. But as AI has entered, so AI has become an important part in personalizing data. So whatever data we are getting, it's completely personalized as per the consumer. What's its need, how he's behaving, if he's buying something, what's his behavior before and after. So AI is just trying to give consumer the personalization what a consumer needs. And as per that, there's a high chances of conversion. So I was reading somewhere, due to the help of AI and the way it's giving you the data, it has really helped in increasing the conversion. So I think this is a new trend, and everywhere, every business, every startup, they are trying to use it, they are trying to leverage it so that they get the best out of it.
That's truly amazing, and you bring up a great point that AI is actually helping in driving conversions. It's effectively helping in driving better performance. And we have seen that very closely at Taboola as well, that when you are using AI on top of your creative communication and media strategy, you're able to bring a lift in your performance. And what we also hear is that a lot of time is getting saved and it's increasing productivity as well. So Ashish, would love to hear from you, like in your view, what are the key metrics that have been positively impacted by use of AI and personalization?
I think personalization itself, from the day, very first day when Web 2.0 came in, this was when you opened up for two-way communication, when you opened up for co-creation. I think with Web 3.0 coming in, when asset ownership is distributed and you can have the entire tech playing around, I think some of the metrics which are becoming more and more important, for example, is about engagement metrics. As a brand, you start looking at engagement very closely. You start looking at, now you are able to dissect the data and being able to bring in insights about where this engagement has happened. You can walk from being at the, so earlier the funnel was tofu, made and bofu. Now there is something called as top, middle, bottom up, and all of that. So your funnel is no more like just a 3 parts, but it is like some 30 different parts, which essentially enables, as a marketer, as a brand, it enables for you to be able to create or enhance the overall consumer life cycle value. That's one part which is happening on the engagement part. As far as the AI is concerned, I think what we are today looking at, what AI is enabling you to do is, you had the data always available and you were able to create X amount of insights out of it. Data itself is useless. I mean, data is like just a heap. It's everywhere, and today we are in an age of having more data than having less data. So it's not, data is completely useless to my mind. What is important is critical insights. I mean, data saying if I'm a 60 years old male is just a data. But knowing about that I am 60 years old male who is into a diabetic situation for a pharmacy organization, that I need to have X amount of penicillin shot every morning with a 3 ml is insight. Insight about whether I go by sweets
actionable
or not.
Insight.
Yeah? So AI is able to help us cut down the effort which it takes to drive insight from data. So you can dissect, and what it also enables is, rather than it leaving the power into some back room, it's bringing the power right onto the marketer's table. So you are no more dependent on raising a request to some god in IT or data science who will come back after 3 years, 35 days, saying by the time event has passed. You can sit down and do it today. At no point in time I'm trying to big bet on IT or data science, but it used to take that amount of time. It's a manual effort. So what you are automating is the manual effort. And then you can, on top of that, innovation, what we call it, innovation is nothing but experimentation to a marketer. Whatever experiment goes successful becomes innovation. If it is unsuccessful, nobody talks about it. to be honest. It was just a failed attempt. So what you are doing is with this entire machines getting in between, your experimentation is becoming much more possible. So you can have a very, very selective sandboxes. Rather than having one sandbox, you can have a million sandbox running every day where you can do your experimentations. And I think these are three very key enablers which have come in hands of marketers with the advent of AI in today's time.
Really nicely put. And I love how you're talking about, data is nothing without an actionable insight. So just, building on that thought a little bit, and Gaurav, would love to have your view on this. When it comes to insurance as a category, we do hear that, the kind of insights are very different, and the kind of consumer behavior that is to be influenced is also different compared to other categories. People want to read and research a lot before making a decision. It's highly competitive as a category. On one end, you are, doing a lot of performance marketing to impact the low funnel, but you also have to generate a certain amount of search queries and volumes and things like that. So for you, how do you identify actionable insights in a category like that? And are there any success stories and examples that you would like to share with our audience where you've used tech to enhance all of that?
Certainly. So the way I look at it is, there are prospects in customers. There are two segments primarily, which is customers who have taken insurance but never claimed, and the customers who have claimed. Customers who have claimed are always happy. Customers who have not claimed, they're not happy, because for them it's a cost. It's not an investment currently. Not for most. I mean, for most of them it's like that. Not for all of them though. In last 2 years, since the time I'm with Royal Sundaram, what we've done is we've brought data from across wherever we have the data in one clear view, which has helped us to reduce the cost of acquisition for the D2C channel by 50%. Right? It is. I do remember this conversation having with my line manager when I was getting interviewed. That I told him I'll make this channel profitable in 3 years. We did that in 2 years. Right? So all that we did is data, not just data, but the insights from the data, customization, localization to quite extent, which has actually helped us to be where we are today. Right? And this year again, we are launching a few campaigns using tech and insights, which is going to propel us much further as a channel. Right? So normally, from a D2C channel, digital channel in any insurance company is not more than 4%. We are nowhere close to 4% as of last year. But this year, it's going to be a game changer for us. So, and amazing. All this with help, support of tech, AI, personalization, localization, just talk about everything put together. Yeah.
Amazing. So at Taboola, we do a lot of work in insurance as a category, and several of our partners are very happy with the kind of results that we deliver. And when we ask them that what they love and they love about using Taboola, this is exactly the response that we get, that it's a combination of artificial intelligence and hyper-personalization. So while I can understand that it applies beautifully to insurance as a category, I'm curious to know, Gauri, from you, how does that become relevant for FMCG, which is, so many SKUs, price points are very different. And over the years, customers have built a certain habit, and you are in a category where you have to break, I would say, habits that are maybe 50, 60 years old. So please tell us how tech is helping you break these age-old habits.
So actually, it's really interesting because some of it is part of what everyone said, but just on our D2C, for example, what we're able to do is personalize even the listing cards for every consumer now. And of course, it's Shopify enabled at part, but what that does is improve our CTRs by almost 50-60%, right? And then we take the same experiments and scale it across e-commerce, and the results just keep multiplying beautifully. So that's one part of how AI is helping us. Personalization is of course very, very core to, I think, across categories, right? So the fact that now we don't just send personalized messages as text or CRM, etc., but it's also voice-enabled messages that we're able to send out, which are personalized. It's just taking the
your classical CRM open rates and conversions, etc., to an absolutely new high. So while that's more on how D2C and e-com is kind of seeing it, I think for us, even on the creative side of it, right, what we're able to do is let the consumer imagine for himself or herself what it would be to use our products. Now we've got one product which is called a head shaver, which is for men to take care of their bald a bit easily. But it's when we show it to them and when we let them imagine themselves on how they will look when they go bald, it's game changing, right? For somebody to actually use the product and buy it versus you just keep telling them, hey, this is great for you. The classical 10-line communication just doesn't work anymore. So it's a lot of what L'Oreal and these cosmetic companies did at small scale. We're able to do that now manifold across multiple products by showing multiple models without actually doing those photo shoots, because you take that one model and with AI you're going on changing his face and his beard structure and you get like 100 creatives with that one photo shoot. So it's just amazing the multiplicity of points of communication that we're able to create.
Very interesting. And if I may also ask, I see Bombay Shaving Company do a lot of work offline and also online. And sometimes what you do in offline creates noise in online. So is there a way that you sort of, handle that? Do you have a digital war room? Do you deploy a certain kind of tech? Like, what's your way to bring about a marriage of online and offline in the FMCG environment?
So I think a lot of what we do on ground and offline is, one is of course availability, as any classical FMCG does, but the second is also on ground content creation, because it's great to see these reels and influencers kind of create stuff, but what we try and do is do an omni-channel approach to content, which is do a lot of stuff as activations, classically offline, but take them online and do multiplicative, personalized messages to consumers so they find relevance of what we're doing and building content offline. So that's how we kind of marry the two together. So we did something called Razorpreneur, because we couldn't match up the market leaders' might on budgets. We said, let's go on ground, and rather than telling people to buy from us, have them sell for us. So it was a take on building entrepreneurship and saying the best way to be an entrepreneur is actually to learn how to sell. So you buy our razors, and like a sell me a pen challenge, we'll give you a sell me a razor challenge, and we'll actually mentor you. Now we combine that mentoring with technology, with multiple mentors online to those students or aspiring entrepreneurs, but actually went on ground with them also to help them kind of learn the skill more one-on-one. And I think it's the amalgamation of the two which creates some amount of magic.
Amazing. And I think that brings us to our next topic, which I'm sure many people in the audience are also curious about, which is omni-channel marketing. How do you really combine, your online and offline worlds? And how do you do it in a way that is cost effective and eventually leads to ROI? So maybe we, switch to this new topic with you, Nilima, and maybe you can shed some light on your omni-channel marketing strategy.
See, when brand started, people always said that brand is an investment, but people never knew how the brand investment is going to pay in the short term, because it was all for the long term. Thanks to AI and what we can do with the data, you can directly connect it back to results in the short term and also build relations for the long term, because data and personalization is enabling you to do that. Omnichannel is a great example of how this can be done seamlessly from online to offline. And we said brand was always a seamless experience. It was supposed to be seamless in whichever channel you go, in whichever media you see, and wherever your buying experience is, at home or online or in the store. So omnichannel actually beautifully does that. I can give you example from Luminous, wherein we are also trying to strengthen that further with generative AI right now, and also adding the propensity modeling to it. So Luminous, I don't know, many people may or may not know, but it's an inverter battery company and also has solar solution. And power cuts, 50-degree temperature outside, everyone can relate it. So how do you do your stock planning, that where there is 50-degree, what kind of product should go, where it is 30-degree, what kind of product should go? So this is all data propensity modeling which we are trying to do today. So that the stock planning, demand forecasting, and then ultimately when the product is there, how do you then communicate to the consumer whether it's 4-hour power cut, what's the product which you should use, and if it's 10-hour power cut, what is the solution you should take. With solar coming in, why you should switch to solar, all these things, there's a lot of content which can be today easily generated because there is AI available. And I can tell you very clearly that I have seen it's the best time for marketing. It's much more easier than the way it was earlier. The blogs, the articles which you are able to generate on solar, or why you should switch to solar, or how your product can be fitted with solar, is so easy to make today, whether it is video or it is just a plain static content. One more thing which I have felt is when you do go omni-channel, and I'm giving you another small example, you open the pack and you get a user manual. So product companies, all of them still go into that. But we say it's a digital AI-enabled world now. And in Luminous products today, you will not find physical user manual. What we simply did was converted it all to videos, or it is audios, or you take those and scan and go to the website to read it. But these are small changes. I think it's a matter of adapting and changing, which I can talk from the omni-channel experience.
Very interesting. I really liked what you said about how much easier it is to create content today, especially on topics like solar, where the originality of knowledge doesn't exist so much. So you're able to use the tools available to you, and you're able to do more of blogs and not just raise the profile of your brand, but also educate the customer at large. And I think bringing about those cultural changes and those knowledge changes is the dream of any marketer. So that was a great example. And just building on that, Sachin, would love to hear from you. How are you using content marketing in your category, just to make the customer more aware and increase his knowledge as well?
Sure. So the kind of business we are in, unlike Bombay Shaving Company or maybe Zoff Food, our product is consumed maybe once in 3-4 years or 5 years. In case of an unsecured loan, if it's a secured loan, maybe home loan once in 10, 12, 15 years. So content is something which is available to us as a channel to engage with our consumers, because in our industry the awareness levels are very low. If I give you an example, till about 6-7 years back, when we launched India's first free credit score platform, people were not aware what credit score was, and what is the importance of credit score. Usually people, got to know about their credit score and the value of it when they applied for a loan and got rejected.
Or is this related to the CIBIL report? Is it the same one?
CIBIL report is just one of the bureaus. There are 4 different, so that's again, so CIBIL is one of the 4 bureaus. There are 3 other bureaus in the market. So while CIBIL report is in today's days like Surf or Xerox, people use CIBIL report for credit score, but there are Highmark, Experian and Equifax, and they are all equally important, while the way they calculate score is a little different, right? So content marketing for us is a way to make people aware about the importance of credit score, about the importance of taking right credit decisions, making people aware about the effectiveness of a particular product in a particular need. So just to give you an example, today if you have a running home loan, if you need funds, your first instinct would be to go for a personal loan, right? Because that's advertised more, and you would say that, okay, I need this money for, let's say, 1.5 years, why not take a personal loan? I'll repay it. You will get that personal loan at about 12-13% interest rate. But if you already have a running home loan, it's always better to take a top up on that loan,
right?
Because you will get that loan at a much cheaper interest rate, right? So it's in our industry, it's all about awareness, and that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to, spread out this awareness using content through different channels, whether it's our own portal. So just to give you a perspective, we get roughly 45 million visitors on our platform every month, and a large chunk of that traffic comes on our content pages, not on the journey pages. So these
That's amazing.
people, they come on our platform to consume that content, to read about it, to watch it in the form of videos, or maybe and see this content in the form of infographics. So that is the power of content. And later on, when they have interacted with us, through and this is the entry port for most of our consumers. Later, when they need a loan, we become the first choice.
Right. No, that's amazing. And I think what you said about people actually coming and reading about content more, I'm sure that also increases the stickiness of the user. And I think, as a brand, you stay in their mind more. So I'm sure that's of great benefit as well. So, content is something that I think is special to any marketer. But what we've realized, at the Bola is that while content is king, context is the queen. So you may be doing a lot of content marketing, but the way you distribute and when you distribute and what you do with it also makes a huge difference. And timing is key. So for example, when New Year happens, one of the things that goes really viral is the content that is, let's say, put out by the likes of Zomato, etc., where they're talking about orders per minute and they're showing interesting heat maps around where their riders are and how things are peaking around 12, around 12 in the night and so on. So it's data representation done in a very interesting way, but most importantly in a very timely way. And people love to, retweet those kind of, data snippets, and it just creates a healthy competition between, let's say, between Zomato, Swiggy, etc., and the whole category benefits. So I'm keen to hear from this panel, anything in contextual marketing that you have observed, loved, been inspired by, or have done yourself, where there was something cool happening, let's say by way of cricket, entertainment, sports, etc., and you latched on to that cultural moment and did something interesting out of it, or maybe you saw some other brand do something that you felt inspired by.
So I remember one example of it in the last World Cup. In fact, before that also in our last IPL, we are not advertising in this IPL, but in last 2-3 years, we have advertised in all big cricket tournaments, and the line was score check kiya gaya, and we were talking about credit score, right? So when people saw that and it started with a with a cricket visual, and then we say that while this score is important, checking your credit score is as important as checking this score. So that was one thing, and it was a very successful campaign for us. Did very well.
Any other example of moment marketing that you'd like to share? I think the audience would be very keen to know.
So this brand is on IPL. So obviously IPL cricket, there is a lot of contextual marketing which happens around it. And one of the things which when we were talking to consumers, they talked about that cricket you don't want to miss because of power cut. And then when we put this out there saying that cricket may no power cut.
Very nice.
It was something which I think the most talked about and most discussed about during this IPL and the last IPL in this sector. But I also sometime back remembered one of the ads of HP wherein they were also talking about it's a very cold category, technology, always very cold. How do you connect back? And when it was one of their global campaigns where they talked about homecoming during festivals and Christmas as one of the homecoming time, Thanksgiving, and then how they could beautifully relate to all printing as a message, which has got a lot of sensorial available, and people know that in the digital era printing is going away. But then again, not without technology, you can print good sensorial material around it. So this is where you can bring good content and context together for the category which is actually not being so relevant anymore, or you're seeing diminishing returns on all the investments you're making.
Amazing. I think you were also sharing something.
It's okay. I mean, if you have time. Okay. So I think, see, as a marketer, any opportunity one should be able to grab, and I have a couple of examples of our own doing so. Just before this, I used to work for a life insurer. Yeah, and I think most of us might still remember COVID period. I think we had one of the longest running campaign at that point in time. In fact, the interesting part was that the moment the PM came on TV saying that there's a lockdown, within next almost about 45 minutes, we were up with the campaign called as Lock in Good Habits, in which then later translated to something called as Masters Who Speak. We had words best. So if it was marketing, we had David Acker coming and talking about marketing to open audience. If it was about a strategy, we had Tom Peters talking about a strategy and stuff like that. That was one. Second, which is very close to my heart and probably I'll remember always, I used to work for Hero before this. And if you recall Kerala floods in year 2016 when they happened, and as it happens, there was this kid from Tamil Nadu who donated all her savings, almost about 8,000 bucks, which she had kind of accumulated to buy a bicycle. The news was published like a snippet in Dinamalar. And because of and here comes the beauty about technology. I wasn't even in the country at that day, not to show off, but I used to handle operations, and we had just bought a company in UK and I was kind of there. And I think it was just because of that, because it was Saturday, I had nothing else to do. So I was scrolling through and suddenly there's a pop-up saying that there is this news, sent it to a friend, got it translated, got to know that she has donated all her life savings, which were kept for buying bicycle. Wow. And we immediately took a call, tweeted around saying that we give you a free bicycle for life. So as many times as you want, Hero will give you bicycles. And I think no amount of media investment could have got the PMOs to Shashi Tharoors of the world to...
Amazing.
You talk about one person, and I think for next almost 68 hours, we were trending globally. And I think
amazing.
Those are the things, that's the power of when a tech, a business process, and a marketer gets aligned, and that's somewhere close to brand purpose.
Well, that's why your example reminded me one of the recent context. So solar, many of you know about it. It has got more than 90% awareness. Last 10 years as a country, a lot of marketeers are trying to create a category, do demand generation. And boom, one PM statement on Har Ghar Solar. And look at the awareness and the context in which now it sounds everything so relevant. The category is growing by more than 140% suddenly. And then look at the awareness, education, understanding around it, because of also Ayodhya, when first time it came with solar. So sometimes it's also the timing when the context becomes relevant. While solar was always important in net zero environment, and this kind of context along with the data and technology, and then the marketing and the brand building capability, it's very rare moment which can happen once in few months or years.
No, absolutely. It is so special to hear that. I think both the examples are outstanding. And it's the power of timing, ladies and gentlemen. Like, it's the holy grail of marketing. You crack that and you have a memory for life, and you've left behind a tremendous impact.
Kanika, I want to
Akash,
add one, in terms of moment marketing. I think Zomato is the best when it comes to moment marketing.
Yeah.
I think they have so many. But one, I remember of Nick Ice Cream, this Mother's Day. So they had a full page of advertisement where they were just provoking mothers how they used to stop their kids in taking ice cream. So there were many lines. So one line which I remember is, "Ek ice cream se tabiat kharab nahi hua hai mera." So they like in their ad there were so many lines, alag type ka, where like they were just provoking mothers ki is Mother's Day mein like mothers will buy ice cream for their children. And I got to know that their sales just increased by 10x with that
I thought
ad.
the children will buy the ice cream for the mother.
That's for the small children. So with this
Since it was
ad, they were
Mother's
just
Day.
trying to make the mother emotional. कि एक आइसक्रीम
ये
से
तो fair नहीं है. Mother's Day पे mother is only buying the ice cream for the children.
So anyway, mothers buy like for the small kids. So this was for the kids. So I think that was really a good ad from their side, looking at the situation, and they really had the good jump in the revenue. So yeah.
No, that's great. Akash, in fact, just to talk a bit more about contextual marketing, I also feel like it's an interesting example for those of you who don't know that Akash was actually on Shark Tank. And I'm sure, being able to present his product in that sort of a contextually relevant environment must have been hugely beneficial for your brand and business. So I'm sure the audience would love to hear firsthand your experience at Shark Tank.
So I think that was a lifetime opportunity which we got going into the Shark Tank and pitching our idea and getting the fund. That gave us the huge level of marketing. I think without spending an amount, even they gave us the money and they gave us the marketing worth of 15 to 20 crores. Getting around 20 minutes of screen time in Sony television and social media also. So I'll share you like 2-3 months back when season 3 was going on, our one clip got viral and within 15 days it got 3 crore views. So even after a year, that ad was trending where we were asking, Namita, my brother asked whether you know 4 masalas or not. So I think that platform has given us the desired marketing which any new brand will ever think of without spending that level of money. And I think after that, customers started noticing us because spices is such a category where customers are sticky to the brand which they've been using from so many years. But, and means they are not ready to change their spices. But after Shark Tank, I think they have tried our product. We have more than 1 million customers who have tried our product. So definitely it was a big change for us. And from there, even we have seen the growth. Our business got double. It was nearly 100 crore last year. So I think we got what we wanted at the initial stage of our career.
So this is on behalf of all the budding entrepreneurs in the room. What's the secret to cracking and getting featured on Shark Tank?
So there is no secret. Like it's your business, like how you are doing, and it's some luck also. If they like you, they'll invite you because they get more than 1 lakh of applications, and out of that, only 140 or 150 get chance to speak in front of the sharks in the tank. So there is no secret. It's just that your idea has to be that good, and you had to have some luck where you'll be selected, to pitch your idea.
Fair enough. So I think we touched upon a variety of interesting topics. We spoke about AI, we spoke about personalization, contextual marketing, and the use of data and analytics as well. It's the last one that I want to talk about a little bit more. I think when at Tapula, for example, because we have partnerships across more than 500 publishers, and the way we work is that our pixels are hard-coded across all of these publishers, which means that effectively we are reading millions of data signals every day and tracking consumer journey in a way that we are able to create right audience cohorts with a certain, with a certain strong user intent across categories, like whether it's insurance or FMCG, etc. But when we, look at the consumer journey today, we are realizing that not only is the customer spending more time on the open web, but his interests are also extremely varied. So today's consumer is very savvy, very aware. It's not as simple as I'm just into music or I'm just into cricket or I'm just into cars, but his internet personality is multi-dimensional. In the past, brands used to have a strategy around passion points. So they would align themselves to, let's say, music or entertainment or a particular kind of sport and so on. But with the customer's passion points changing so much, and he being this hyper-aware, multi-dimensional creature on the web, and most of you are tracking him on the web, how do you then align your marketing priorities with such a amoebic, evolving creature? So would love to hear, I'm sure the audience would be keen to hear from the best marketing minds in the country.
I think one of the ways, and it's a huge advantage, right? Because earlier you made one piece of communication and hoped that that one piece of communication kind of clicked with that core audience and everybody else was incidental. It doesn't need to be that anymore. One can actually, with AI, have different contexts to the same communication and the core message that get designed and that get served to different audiences. So even when we're doing our media strategy, it's about picking the audiences with certain affinity interests and just ensuring that the communication kind of keeps evolving itself to go to the right audience with the right message. And while that's the broad-based marketing approach, even when we are doing remarketing, for instance, the same remarketing does not work with the consumer across the journeys of for consumers who are coming from with different passion points, right? So you just see so much of richness and improvement in business metrics happen the moment it's also kind of personalization that's happening here, but that's what becomes really, really enabling. And I think on the other note, one of the things that technology is enabling beautifully is participating in consumer conversations. And that sometimes is devoid of this, want to have very hyper segments as marketers love, right? We don't need to create that, because then the cue that's coming in is from the consumer conversation versus what as a brand or a manufacturer you want to say. So as an example, one of the things we did is started tracking WhatsApp conversations of a few consumers. Of course, it was all legal,
I'm curious to know how you did that.
right channels. And the moment they spoke about their look or the beard they want to keep, etc., it had the brand cue kind of come in and say, "Ye try kara hai kya?" So, I mean, when I found out about it, I was like, obviously this is too intrusive, but what it did is actually be present at the point when the consumer needs you versus just go kind of say, now you have to see an unskippable ad because I force you to see it. So I think those are some of the powerful ways in which it's happening.
Very interesting. I'm sure you've spiked a lot of curiosity in the room with your last comment.
So we have also used the same tool. If anybody wants to know what the tool is. So, you mentioned about the amount of data which is available. So data has always been important for a marketer, right? Earlier, the data collection method was you had to ask people what they like, what they dislike.
Right.
And humans have this tendency that they want to project
A
one
different
image,
version. Yes.
and when they are in their private space, they are someone else. And still, so there's a lot of talk about the privacy and data is being used by brands and other agencies and etc. etc. But even till now, till today, internet is sort of a private space for a consumer, right? So that data can be used not only by a marketer, but I'm sure by an underwriter also in an insurance company. Someone who has mentioned that he is not, he doesn't drink alcohol, and then following up pages related to alcohol brands. So it's just an example, right?
Sure.
Apart from that, so if I break down marketing process, it's data collection, getting insights, and then action, right? So data collection has always been a challenge before internet. There were thousands of researchers in the market, covering the length and breadth of the country and collect data in forms, and then getting that data translated into actionable form, and then getting insights out of it. Now, because that data collection part is sorted, thanks to the pixel placed by you or Google or Facebook or any other third party, even though there are talks that this would not be available, when this cookieless thing will be implemented completely. But thanks to that data collection part is sorted. Now, when it's about getting insights, again, thanks to AI. Earlier, that insight generation was a task of the team, the big data analytics team. They used to, analyze that data and then make actionable insights in the form of graphs and all. That this is your segment, he's doing that, etc., etc. Now, thanks to AI and the other big data tools, your segment size is now equal to 1. Because you and me, we both like cricket, but you might like Dhoni, I might like Kohli, right? So we are all individuals in a sense, and now thanks to AI, we are recognizing that individuality. So that part is also sorted. Now comes the action or the communication part. Again, thanks to AI, the personalization is in place. So now I can, instead of creating cohorts out of segments or sub-segments and then addressing in someone living in Bangalore or working in an IT company who likes cricket and who is using my competitor's brand, I used to create one set of advertisement for that person, and that advertisement was served to, let's say, 15 lakh people who were falling in that particular segment. Now I can further break it down and maybe, thanks to again the adaptive AI or the generative AI, I can create 1500 different creative without much of an effort, and then serve these creatives to these micro segments.
Precisely. Yes.
So
Yes.
that's how
Yes.
AI is helping us out, and that's how now having more data makes more sense. When it was manual, more data you had, it was more of a hustle.
Yeah.
More data you have to analyze more. That lead time from getting data to insights was long. More bandwidth was required. Now everything is like, you can achieve that scale in minutes.
No, absolutely. I completely agree with you on that. And I see it real time because, for example, Taboola has something called a creative shop. And the idea behind, sorry. And the idea behind the creative shop is exactly this, that you're able to resize very fast. You're able to do copy and CTA recommendations as per the best practices of the platform. And you can have multiple iterations and versions to drive the hyper personalization and that, very unique personality coding that you just spoke of. In fact, there's another very interesting thing that Sachin said, and I want to bring everyone's attention to it, which is that earlier, we were sort of anchored to surveys, etc. To get information and data, and those surveys always gave a colored result. So we would take maybe a 20-30% variation of it as perhaps not even being true. But at least today you have an internet personality, so to say, that is leaving its mark as they travel the web. And so you're able to pick things in a very different way altogether. And here I want to take a very, very interesting example. So we were working with a brand once who wanted to target people with backache issues and so on. So one would imagine that their audience cohorts would have been more on the lines of health and wellness and lifestyle problems and so on. But what we discovered is that actually people who do a lot of binge watching would be prone to backaches simply because of bad posture and everything. So we added a completely new audience cohort of people who are big time into entertainment, movies, OTT, etc., etc. And this new layering of audience had their campaign results go through the roof. And we would have never discovered this had we taken the survey route, but just the fact that that person left his online imprint in a way that brands were able to tap into it. So amazing, I think.
In fact, there are a few tools available in the market who are using, APIs from Facebook, Insta,
Right.
and the other public available APIs, and you give your data to that tool, and that tool will tell you other things about people who are in that data set. With what are they consuming, what sort of content they are consuming, what sort of celebrities they like, what sort of destinations they like, and when you go through that data, it is so unintuitive that you would not be able to think about it without seeing it.
No, absolutely. But when it comes to data, it also brings us to the topic of cookies, because a lot of it is, of course, linked to cookies. So would love to hear from everyone, and maybe we'll keep the responses short in the interest of time. But how prepared are you for cookieless? So maybe we start with you, Akash.
So, this will be there, this is the way you get the data. So, this is something which the consumer has to go through that, and as a brand we'll be needing that to analyze the data and all. So I think going ahead this is required, and I think it will be there.
All right.
I think this is so I get asked this question a lot of times, and I only answer this is like asking somebody that do humans still want to stay in cave? Just because it was easy to look at them. If you are jungle dwellers, everybody can look at them. Just because if you are looking at house, so how would somebody will hunt you? The problem is not with the cookie or cookieless word. The problem is the intrusion of marketers, the ability that marketer has to intrude into somebody's privacy. Right. And if as a brand you are doing the right things, your product and services are right, your communication is right, then the only thing which you require is to take consumer consent, and there are technologies available to get you to do that. Am I right? So the problem is cookieless word will create a problem for people. I wish there was a way to hold them today, and all of us wish that. But for a reasonable brand with a reasonable consumer connect and with a reasonable tech and martech stack, I don't think So, I mean, you have a fingerprinting available today. It's not there. On a Web 3.0 kind of a world, you have a asset monetization tools available, whereas a consumer can give you access to his identity wallet because of he or she wants to hear from you. Am I right? So it's just
absolutely.
sad.
I would just say
Not
because
sad. I would not say it's sad.
No, I said
No.
it's just that.
So,
Not sad.
okay,
Sorry.
thank God. So, but also at any given point in time, what are marketeers looking at? They are trying to create brand trust, and trust is to do with not infringing into a space which consumers do not want you to get into. Not everything is private, right? And there are many things which is consented, but it's the question of what is not consented for. So I think this is a welcome change. I think policies and other things are important, but preparedness to that, getting yourself trained towards it and managing it in a better way to yet personalize, I think people would love to do that in the same guidelines.
So the most important thing now is to focus on your first party data, build your own data infrastructure and enrich that data as much as you can.
Absolutely.
Because that's something which will save you when this cookieless world is there.
I would just say that we would need to be prepared for sure. Like at Taboola, we are completely prepared by way of our algorithm and ML. And when we speak to marketers, we see that some of them are not prepared at all. So I think one caution that I would definitely leave on the table is to not take that environment for granted, but find the right partners that can support you, educate you, and help you navigate the cookieless environment. And yes, trust issues will always be there, invasion of privacy, etc. I think these are things that will evolve over time in the interest of the consumer. But as a marketer, since you have to protect your own interest, I would just say that it's best to be prepared. And
just a small thing is that I think the positive side of it will, that we'll probably all as marketers have a more human and emotional side to things, because we've become so obsessed with data and we take decisions which are sometimes completely, you wouldn't even imagine taking a decision basis seeing one graph moving up or down, because some things just need time to breathe. And we've just lost the real connect with our consumers. So I think that's going to be a huge positive that might come out of it.
Absolutely. I think that's a beautiful thought. And I see that our time is up.
So what we just spoke about, building the trust with the customers, right? Yeah. I think that is very, very important, very paramount, because if some customer thinks that this is a good brand who is trustworthy or has my interest in their view and so on, that customer is not going to go anywhere. Even if you have data or don't have data, that customer is going to stay with you, and it's going to actually bring many more customers to you, right? So data, yes, required, important for all of us today, but that's not the only thing, right? What she said about building the emotional connect, right? That is something which we should not be missed while we are talking about cookieless thing.
I am so glad that we are ending a panel on AI and tech by circling back to trust and human emotions and circling back to what really matters. And I want to close this on a fun note. So I'm going to go around and ask you a question that you have to answer in less than 10 seconds. And preferably give a single word answer. But as a marketer, the question to all of you is, and you have to answer in 10 seconds, what are you guilty of? Akash, go for it. नहीं, इतना सोचने का टाइम नहीं है.
What I am guilty of, if a customer is not liking my product?
No. We'll circle back to you. You have to think of a more interesting answer. Like something that you've done as a marketer that you feel, यार, थोड़ा ज़्यादा झूठ बोल दिया या फर्जी review बना दिया या फर्जी trending कर ली, something like that. So let's circle back to you. Maybe we go to Gauri.
Can we all ask for more time? No, but I think just invading too much into their privacy sometimes. You should just let them be.
Okay, Ashish?
I think I would be guilty of collecting too much data and then keep thinking about whether should I do X or should I do Y, and then...
Okay, overthinking. Gaurang?
For me, it would be once the data comes in, the customer, like the prospect starts the journey, then pestering them with the calls, probably, yeah.
Okay, that's a very honest admission. Awesome. There's a prize for the winner, by the way, and I get to pick Go for it, Nilima.
I think exaggeration, because advertising was always about exaggerating claims. So, but I mean.
Nice answer. Sachin.
I'll say over communication.
Over communication. Okay. Akash, last.
So, focusing on the USP again and again.
Okay, so over communication, overthinking, and exaggeration. I'll ask the audience to take the pick. Any common feelings here? Are you also guilty of any of this? Exaggeration. All right, Nilima, you're the winner. Thank you so much. We hope you guys had fun. And thank you very much for such an engaging discussion.
And Nilima, you'll have to coordinate for your winning prize with our communicator and our curator. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all of them a big, big round of applause for being such a graceful panel and helping us to give away the mementos. May I now have the honor of calling upon Satya Prabhakar, CEO of ProManage, to please join us. Let's give Satya a warm, warm round of applause, everyone. And since Satya is anyways joining us, let's have him in the frame first. Satya, why don't you join all of them? And let's try to get them in the center so that we can have a hashtag pitch CMO moment. Let's have the entire panel in one frame along with our leader Satya being on stage. Thank you. And Satya, with that, if you could give away the token of appreciation to all our leaders. Starting with, of course, Akash. Akash, thank you so much. One with both of them in a frame. Ashish Tiwari. Ashish, thank you so much. Remember, these are the moments you have to capture, everyone. Gaurang Thosani. Gaurang, thank you so much. Gauri Malhotra. Gauri, thank you so much for joining us today. Nilima. Nilima, thank you so much. Sachin. Sachin, thank you for joining us today. And of course, our session chair, ladies and gentlemen, Kanika Mittal. And with that, thank you so much to each and every one of you. Thank you for joining us. And thank you so much, Satya, for helping us with the token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we'll queue in for the partner AVs. But remember, on the other side, we're going to be quickly announcing the second winner of the social media contest. So stay tuned in just the next 2 minutes.
Thank you. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157
So, well, with that, let us get to first announcing the second winner of the social media contest. So, let's go ahead, and if we have with us Winnie Malhotra. Do we have Winnie in the room, or is Winnie still hashtagging outside? Well, that's going to be a mystery because Winnie is not right now amongst us in the room. So we'll try to relay that across. And remember that we have two more winners after this. So we're going to be skipping calling Winnie on stage as Winnie is not there. So let's go ahead with our next conversation. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready to rev your engines and zoom into the future of marketing with a brand that has been driving innovation on the road as well as beyond. For the Future Ready Forum, we have with us Ms. Neha Anand, Vice President of Global Brand and Communications at Mahindra Automotive at the wheel. Let's give her a big, big round of applause as we welcome her. Now, Mahindra isn't just any brand, it's a powerhouse in the automotive industry, known for its pioneering spirit, cutting-edge technology, and of course, the commitment to excellence. And joining her to steer the discussion forward on future-proof marketing strategies, we have with us LV Navneet, Chief Executive Officer of the Hindu Group. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. Together, they'll navigate with us through the twists and turns of future-proof marketing strategies, ensuring your brand is ready to conquer the road ahead. With that, I'd like to leave it in the able hands of Mr. Navneet to take it forward.
Thanks. I'm in the able hands of Neha. So welcome, Neha.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So we'll speak about future-proof marketing strategies. The way I thought we could do this is look back a little, set some context, and look forward.
Sure.
So we'll look back at the last 5 to 10 years, and we look ahead to the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to that.
Spend some 8-9 minutes on looking back and 10-12 minutes on looking forward. So I just want to set the context for future-proof marketing, but get into some basics first. If you look at the last 5-10 years, and if you look at today, has the role of marketing changed in this 10 years?
Yeah, I definitely feel the role of marketing has strengthened, I think, year by year. And even if I look at, 2019 to now, which is not even a decade, I think what marketing is delivering today possibly wasn't even thought of, just a few years back. I think the seat marketing today has in a boardroom, to start with, wasn't even there previously. Also, the lines are blurring. Today the role of marketing is beyond just marketing. I would think anything that touches the market today, at a company is part of marketing. So it's become a more holistic role today. It's not just about the 4 Ps that we've studied or the 5 or the 6 Ps that we've studied. It's much beyond that. Today, if you look at customer experience, it cuts through pretty much the whole organization, and that today could be sitting with marketing as well. So I think it's become a more critical role than what it was previously.
Yeah. So you spoke about the role of marketing within organizations. And the way I'd like to define it is to look at the practice of marketing and the function of marketing. By practice, I would mean the larger picture, more strategic, more in terms of what we do. And by function, it is in terms of how we do things. So marketing has a seat on the boardroom today. It's become far more important. And my sense is if a CMO would meet the CTO once in 15 days, 5-6 years ago, today probably the CMO meets the CTO 15 times a day.
Absolutely.
That has changed. But how has the practice of marketing changed in the last 5 to 10 years?
I think to kind of define it very simply, the output of marketing, and I would just say basics of promotions, which is a large part of marketing, would be the hoardings, the television ads, what you saw, and the metrics or the analytics on that was as good as the number of sales, but there was no clear analytics or clear relation or attribution you could do. Today, you see a lot more from a channel perspective. It's not just a television ad, it's not just a hoarding that you see. It's really the business impact, marketing is bringing in. With the coming in of digital today, there is a lot of, methods and process on how you can define attribution that is coming from marketing. And marketing and sales today, I would say, are both attributing to business. Today, when I talk to my leadership, it's not just about marketing metrics, whether it's digital or ATL. It's also business metrics and the contribution of marketing there. So I think overall, from a business, and which is why I think today we hold a seat, also in the boardroom, because of the contribution we are able to bring, and more than that contribution, the attribution that we are able to show. I think which was possibly missing earlier.
Is it more fun being a CMO or more fun being a CEO?
I love marketing, so I would say, yeah, that's true actually. I know I should ask you that actually, but I love the profession of marketing.
I think it's fun being a CEO if you've been a CMO. So my last question about looking back. Suppose I were in conversation with Neha on the same subject 5 years ago. If we had this chat in June 2019, and I asked you what are the key elements of strategy to future-proof marketing for 2024, what would your answer have been there? And you can't say COVID because in 2019 June, we didn't know COVID would happen. So what would you have said at that time were the key pillars of strategy to future-proof marketing?
I would say what were the things, I would like to address it on what were the things that were not possibly top of mind at that point. Technology would be number one, right? I don't think the way we are today as marketers embedded in data, technology, analytics, that would have been absolutely top of mind. Would it have been there in the gamut of marketing? Yes, but possibly not top of mind. I think the other thing I would say is the deep understanding. I think we've had, as marketers, deep understanding of consumers, but the tools we use today, right, that gives us in-depth, and because of that, the segmentation we're able to do, the targeting we're able to do, the communication we're able to put out there. I think that deep understanding and the agile understanding, I think it's not that we didn't have or didn't know we need to do that. I think with the agility that we can do it today, I don't think that would have been top of mind. If traditionally a research would take X months to do to understand the customer, today you have a lot of AI you can use, social media you can use, do real-time surveys, polls, and really understand the customer a lot better. And so the way you can respond to market changes today, I think that has changed drastically from what it was in 2019.
So if these were the elements that would future-proof marketing in 2019, if you cut back to 2024, on a scale of 10, what is your score for marketers?
Today or today?
Today.
Sorry, define your scale for me.
So 2019, you said these 3-4 things were important. And today we have done some things with those things. How well are marketing and how well are marketers adapted to what we thought was important in 2019?
I think, like I said, 2019, we didn't have all of this. Right? Today, we do have a lot of this. Is there work to be done on this front? A lot more work is to be done on this front. But I think we've paved our way well. I think we've collaborated well. Today, like you rightly said, the number of times you have to talk to your CTO or CIO is far higher. The integration or the lines have blurred between technology and marketing in many ways. Also on many fronts, we do a lot of hyperlocal at Mahindra. So even from a sales and a marketing perspective, the lines have kind of blurred. So I think we're kind of integrating and working a lot better with a lot of other departments, teams, including the CEO. And I would really grade about marketers as at least 8.5. More work to be done, definitely, but I think we're on the right track. I think one thing I didn't cover, the customer from 2019 to today is also a lot different. Right? The environment that we as marketers, or even if I put myself as a customer, we've gone through. I think customers become very demanding. Customer wants to see products that are more authentic, more real. Customer wants to see the messaging coming from more real sources. So today you see a lot of us leveraging influencer marketing to put that message out for it to be more credible. I think what has not changed from then to now is the value of trust. And I think in the previous session also we covered that. I think the value of trust today possibly has become even more so, because the customer can express a lot more and across a lot of channels if they don't trust the brand. And that becomes quite a challenge for a brand to manage. So if you don't deliver on that trust, not just through marketing, but through a good product, through the good service that follows after the product purchase, I think the marketing could get impacted. So I think it's a much longer process for marketing. It's not just you sold the product and that's about it. So you have to look at it a lot more holistically, and I think we're, as marketers, really on the right track to deliver on a more holistic promise.
Of course, trust is absolutely essential, and we were having a chat before and we spoke about what RISE means as part of Mahindra RISE. So would you want us to take us through?
Yeah, sure.
What does RISE mean? Where does trust fit into that?
Absolutely. So I think today when you look at the brand, it is the brand and the product together, you know, the brand promise along with what you're delivering on the, through the product, right? And if I just go back to, you know, the XUV 700, which has become a great success and a great, you know, I would say a product that today is doing really well in India. If I look at the genesis of that product, right, I'll go back to the Mahindra philosophy of RISE. And at Mahindra, you know, we talk about RISE, and the meaning of RISE is when you help others rise, you rise. And the whole genesis of the XUV 700 was basis, you know, the RISE philosophy, that we wanted to put a product out there that was as good as the BMWs or the other premium, you know, SUVs that you have, but that would be affordable for a middle class, for upper middle class Indian. And so the product packaging was done in such a way, and the way we delivered it, I think we were really able to deliver on the RISE philosophy. So when I kind of talk about brand trust, it's not just what you're putting out in the product, it's also delivering that, your company philosophy, through the products you're putting out, through the communication you're doing, and I think that could really future-proof in a very big way. So brand trust, the right product offering, follow it up with the right service, you know, on the brand. So again, like I said, holistic, and I think your analytics, your data, and you know, we've had previous sessions, you know, AI today, we are talking about all of that supports these bigger causes. And when you kind of put that all together, I think you're kind of towards creating a future-proof
So now we will
marketing strategy.
move forward to the next 10 years. And though you said marketing today is not necessarily the 4 Ps or 5 Ps or 6 Ps we studied, it's not just STP that we studied in, but it's a useful framework to have. And given the paucity of time, I'll try and use that as a framework. You spoke about the product quite a bit. You could respond to this either from your own experiences or generally. Center to everything is the consumer, and the consumer is changing. And the changing consumer impacts every P of marketing. We spoke about the product. So let's focus on price, distribution, and promotions. How is price in the marketing mix going to change in the next 5 to 10 years? And what is the implication of that for marketers over the next decade?
Sure. So I wouldn't be able to separate price totally from product. I would kind of club the two. And I think today it's not about price, it's about the value proposition. Right? Today you want to buy a product even if it's slightly over what you'd budgeted for, but if it gives you the right value proposition, you'll find the means to kind of get that product. So I think it's not as simple as that 1 P of price today, it's the whole packaging that comes together. It's what are your rights to win and how do you actually put a value to that? And then how do you communicate in a more effective way so that the customer not just understands the brand promise, but even at a feature level understands what the product is offering. So I feel, I mean, the 3 Ps at least, which is the product, price, and to a certain extent, you know, your people strategy also kind of stitches together, you know. When I say people, today it's a lot about CX, you know, the whole experience. And even if I make a great product, but I don't have the right kind of people who are selling that product at my dealerships, it could really kind of all fall through, right? So how do you kind of create a product, the right people, give them the right training, so that they can actually not just understand the product, but also understand the psyche of the customer. You know, today at our dealerships, you're not just selling a product, you're really understanding the need of the customer and then kind of relating it back to on how this product really fulfills that need. And on distribution, I mean, I'd like to kind of, you know, talk through a little bit on that. Today, you know, you have e-commerce, a lot of stuff can be done online. And that just suddenly opens a huge, I would say, an opportunity for us to understand our customers a lot better. And again, I think from a speed and an agility perspective. So it's hybrid in many ways, at least in our industry. And I think leveraging that is a great opportunity.
Did the product get hybrid earlier than marketing got hybrid?
I think hybrid came from COVID, right? The hybrid way of working. And it's kind of continuing in some cases. But yeah, I think hybrid's become a buzzword now across.
And how do you see, you have done a lot of content marketing, you're a huge believer of content, you've been there, done that. How do you see content changing and what are the implications of those changes for marketing?
Yeah. Today, I think with the advent of AI, every marketer can create a content factory. And like I said, speed is going to be a critical game changer for organizations. How quickly do you put your message out there? 5 brands might have the same message, but who's going to put it out there first? Who's going to capture the mind of the customer first? I think that's going to be critical. So if I take a step back and look at, the whole game of creating a content factory from a quality and quantity perspective, that's going to be critical, and AI really helps us, take that forward. I think the second part to it is the messaging and the narrative. And that again becomes important depending again on, and I'll just give you an example. We recently launched the XUV 3XO, which is a, CSUV. However, our messaging overall, we had a brand messaging, but then even at every variant level, we had a way of packaging and putting that out. So today, messaging is it can be very segmented, targeted to what the audience wants to hear, because the audience is pretty fragmented today. I might be a hatchback owner who wants to kind of now move into a CSUV. I might want to buy a CSUV, or I might want a medium SUV, but today I see the features of a CSUV and I'm like, oh, this kind of works for me. But if the messaging will not cater to all three, or I'm just looking at broad audiences, but if the messaging will not cater to all 3 audiences, I will not be able to have a much larger pool to sell. So how are we kind of, let's say if you have a broader message at a brand level, how are you then breaking it down and personalizing that message for each segment so that it becomes relevant? I think relevance is going to be currency, and how do we kind of take that forward?
There's been a lot of sessions with data and AI being the buzzwords there, lots said, good discussions, but I want a more specific response in terms of how are you in your practice using data and using AI? If you could let us know how you use it, share a couple of use cases and how it's been helpful, that would be insightful.
Yeah, so I think AI is very interesting, and I think we leverage it, and like I said, we are all on the journey of AI, so we leverage it well today, we can leverage it a lot better. Some of the use cases could be, some of the AI chatbots that we have. How is your response time much faster to your customers? I think that's kind of a good use case that we have. We're also working on possibly AI agents. So rather than looking at humans, so how do you really look at the base work? It's not kind of replacing humans and the emotion and the sentiment, but how do you look at more of the basic modalities of things and you scale up? So some of those use cases are kind of working really well. On the advertising and the digital marketing front, I think we've kind of moved by leaps and bounds. So there's a lot of better targeting that we can do using some of the AI tools. Like I mentioned, AI today really helps you kind of form a content factory. So how quickly you're creating content, because what happens is in the earlier days, you had one segment and you were kind of putting one message out there. Today with digital, I want to put multiple messages on that one product. And digital helps me from I would say a channel strategy perspective, but with the messaging, when I have AI today, I can really kind of create the right messaging without doing much to the creative or the line, just tweak that and get the message out there. So I think both on, the media front, the content front, also from an ORM, today, especially in the B2C space, you have a lot of reputation management that can happen with social media being used by, pretty much all stakeholders. So how do you manage that? How do you listen very closely to, what is the sentiment on your brand? And how do you kind of then work around that with your narratives and so on and so forth. So I think that's also a very critical case, that we could look at, because, one small statement on social media can really lead to a big crisis. So how do you kind of manage that with AI? So a lot of this is, and then a lot more, I've just kind of touched on the tip of the iceberg with some of these use cases, but we can...
That's wonderful. My penultimate question to you is, we speak about future-proof marketing, but for people who run the practice, it's important to future-proof yourself. So what is Neha's regimen to future-proof herself? How does she stay in touch with the latest trends? How does she satiate her curiosity? Couple of tips that will be useful for young marketing professionals.
I think the biggest tip that I can give is your learnability. As we grow older, we kind of think, oh, we know it all. We stop learning. And I think, I would say, today you have your internet and everything's out there. You have the Coursera's and the likes, to kind of go register for a course. But I think it's the mindset that is very critical, that we should be on a path of constant learning. For example, I sometimes wake up at 5 a.m. just to kind of understand and go deeper into some of the aspects of new age marketing, so that I'm kind of on top of what's going on across the globe. I think some of forums like these, attending forums like these, also really helps, understanding what's happening in other industries. And I think one thing that Mahindra has really done beautifully over the last 3 years, we've actually hired people outside the auto domain. In fact, I myself come from a tech company.
You come from a tech, HCL Technologies.
I come from a tech company myself, and today auto is becoming tech in many cases, right? And that's what's happening across many, many other industries. So how are you going to learn from other industries and apply to yours? And sometimes that might give you the first mover advantage as well. So I think the input I would give to everyone is really keep your learning mind awake all the time. And I think reverse mentoring is the other one. Today, I think you can learn so much for the youngsters who are digital natives, right? They've grown up with social media. So if you're not comfortable, feel free to take a class from someone younger than you. And I think that totally helps. And we are really building a culture of reverse mentoring at Mahindra.
Super. My last question, Neha, is if you were to say 3 or 4 important strategic things in bullet points to future-proof marketing in the next 5 to 10 years, what would they be?
I think I would start with trust, brand trust. I think that would be number one. Second would be marketing is not just the job of the marketer or the marketing team. It's the job of the organization. And that's what will help future-proof marketing and the organization in many ways. I think the third is that today marketers have to become technologists as well. So don't just limit yourself as I'm a marketer. There is a very thin line, and vice versa. You will see a lot of technology leaders moving into marketing as well. So I think those would be my 3 big points to kind of future-proof. And yeah, go all out. I never say no to any meeting today. Whether it's a partner vendor coming and showing, or even a startup on what they have on the technology front, or a media partner saying, oh, this could be a collaboration we could look at. I actually say it'll be zero. Right? And the reason being, you don't know where a good idea is sitting, you don't know where a good technology is sitting. It could come from anywhere. I think you just need to have an open mind.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Lovely conversing with you.
Absolutely. Same here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, I think such leadership deserves a bigger round of applause. Let's flood them with a roaring round of applause. And what a great conversation that was. And Neha, after this incredible talk with you, we'd also like a moment to appreciate your presence. We'd request our curator of this conversation, LV Navneet, to help us to give away the token of appreciation. No, of course you will. Maybe she can give it to you, yeah? We give it to each other. You can just decide the order first, who's giving to whom. Ladies and gentlemen, #FitCMO. moment right on stage. And of course, Neha, if you can do us the honor of giving it to LV Navneet. I think the maximum I've seen Navneet smile since morning has been this moment. All right. Kudos and God bless. Thank you. So, well, with that, and before we move ahead, we'd just like to re-announce one of the winners. We did announce for social media contest was Vinny Malhotra. If Vinny is in the room right now, I believe not. I think Winnie is still out tagging. Someone please tell Winnie she's won, or he. I'm assuming Winnie is a lady, but I could be wrong. So, Mr. or Miss Malhotra, whoever it is, please, if they are present, we just request them to have their giveaway being collected. All right, before we move ahead, let's go ahead to the next question. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 questions already done, and now for the quiz. Question number 3. Remember, if you know the answer, raise your hand. If you've answered it correctly, we'll give you the giveaway right away. So can we have the 3rd question being flashed? Yes. Which Lakshya vertical was awarded rank number 2 for on-time performance? Was it Digital Labs? Was it Lakshya Hyderabad Airport? Was it Lakshya Solutions? Or was it Event Capital? So if you know the answer, we'd urge you to raise your hand. See, one has to be correct, but I'm hoping it's not just going to be guesswork, it has to be the right answer. All right. Starting with the gentleman at the extreme back, can we get the mic please passed to him? Can you please stand up, sir? Can we get a mic quickly passed? A microphone, a mic. Do I use any more names for, like any more synonyms? Hi, what's your name? Okay, I really can't hear you, so I would have to get a mic passed. Yes, can we request you to please rush it up at the back? You know, I wish it was tick and then there were just 60 seconds. I think the team would have been faster. Yeah, go ahead.
It's option B.
Why do you feel so? Did you Google it right away?
No, I'm not Googling. Just guesswork, to be very honest.
All right. And what made you guess that? Just you felt number 2 is your...
I think I've been oftenly coming to E4M events, and somewhere or the other I found this recently in past few months, so that's why.
Wow, so E4M events did give you that knowledge to garner this win.
They are your regular sponsors, so that's why.
Ah, okay, all right. So on that front, Satyabrata Das, the Chief Alliance Officer of Lakshya Media Group, I'd request his company back on stage again. Mr. Das, if you can give us your humble presence and maybe request our winner to now join us. I think attending E4M events. Okay, Satya, all right. Satya, may I please request you to please give away. Let's give them both a big round of applause. Our 3rd quiz just got conducted. And we have the 3rd question winner on the stage with us. Thank you. And with that, let's move ahead to witness the masterminds behind some of the most resonant brands of tomorrow in our upcoming session, the Brand Strategy Panel. We are here ready to dive right into the strategies that are winning over the hearts and minds of consumers, ensuring that these brands stand the test of time. Well, it's not just about selling products, it's about creating experiences that leave a lasting impression. With that being said, let's welcome the brightest minds in the industry today. First up, Gaurav Pandey, EVP and Business Head at Popeyes India. Let's give him a big round of applause. Gaurav, thank you so much for joining us. And we just request you to be seated as per the creative at the back so that we can have the right placement. All right, thank you, Gaurav. Next up, if I could have the honor of calling upon K. Ganapati Subramaniam, the Vice President and Head of Marketing at LT Foods. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause as we welcome him. Nisha Khatri, Head of Marketing at Libas. Let's give her a warmer round of applause. Nisha, it's almost like walking the ramp, right? Thank you so much for joining us. Rumi Ambastha, AVP Brand Marketing at Swiss Beauty. Rumi, thank you so much for your humble presence today. Shivani Dutt, Senior Director of Branding and Merchandising at Snapdeal and Stellero Brands, crafting an unforgettable online shopping experience. Thank you, Shivani, for joining us today. And guiding this dynamic discussion is our esteemed session chair. Let's welcome Satya Prabhakar, Chief Executive Officer of ProManaged, who's giving up his valuable time and expertise in curating. I think he also gets the best ramp walk of the day, right? I think Satya had his flair added to before the panel. So Satya, with that, we'd like to leave it in your able hands to take forward the curation of our discussion ahead. Over to you.
So thank you all very much for being here for this exciting panel. So the subject of the panel is how do the win over the future, building brands that resonate with customers. So we wanted to identify three major themes that feed into this broader theme. Number one is there is a new audience which we're calling the Gen Z and Gen Alpha, which is Gen Z is 15 to 30 years and Gen Alpha is 15 below, and all of them are emerging consumers. And what qualifies these people as a different audience than the rest is they are what you call digital native consumers. I mean, from the time they have become teenagers and adults, they have been using digital as the means through which to navigate the world. And they are entrepreneurial, they are inclusive and activist. So there are a variety of things that characterize these segments. And those will evolve to be the customers of many of our leaders here today. That's one. The second one is the emergence of AI and the multiple ways in which AI is enabling both the targeting of the customer base and how do you engage with them, how do you re-engage with them. So as a whole, technology is shifting under our feet as we speak. The third one is the whole definition of a brand, which is conventionally we saw it as a logo or a brand or an advertising. But today, because of this fierce engagement of our audience with the brand across multiple channels, so the brand is coming to be characterized both by how we engage with our consumers on a regular basis. So the first one is the new audience, second one is new technology, and the third one is a new definition of the brand. We are fortunate to have leaders from a diverse segments. We have from quick service restaurant to rice, to fashion, to beauty, to e-commerce. So we'll get different perspectives from these leaders today. So I want to start by asking each of them a simple question, is that in the recent past, let's say last 5 to 10 years, where the world has dramatically changed, what is your definition of a brand? Do you have any quote, you have any remarkable figure that you can think of that inspires you? And how do you see brand? From that, we will go to the next one. So we'll start at the far end, Mr. Gaurav.
Yeah, so Satya, I think for me, I've been working on brands for the last 17, 18 years. I really don't think the essence of brands have changed, right? So the brands is like it's an intangible asset which has an emotional connect and has a benefit for the consumer. I think that remains the same. Over years, what has definitely changed is how it was. I do think, and we can always say, in the past it was easier to do. I do think it was much easier to build brands earlier than in today, just because of fierce competition, exploding number of media outlets, and reducing attention span of consumers.
Absolutely.
So that's the thing which has changed. The consumers have changed. I think the definition of brand still remains the same for me. What it has been for years.
Next, from LT Foods, we have Mr. Ganapati.
Thank you, Satya. Honestly speaking, the definition from Kotler, which I don't remember, frankly, still continues. So I still keep my faith in that. But the fact that the dimension of what you call as a brand has undergone a tremendous change.
Yeah.
Physical entities, were more profound in making impact. Today, what you stand for is more profound in making impact. Both of them were part of the brand identity per se. Today, one dimension has seen more impact versus the other dimension. That shift, primarily, what we are going to discuss today, because of new audiences, newer technology, the newer ways in which we are looking and consuming communication, all of that has engineered that shift. And hence, while the definitions, while the structure, the formats are the same, the leverage and the impact of constituents of that equation have changed. That's what brands have become today. So to answer you, I don't have a new definition which has fitted, but I feel, as Gaurav rightly pointed out, it's still the same definition, it's just the emphasis has changed. So can we use better lenses to view that emphasis, is what I feel works.
While I thanks Satya, of course, while I primarily agree with both Ganpati and Gaurav, I do think that today, when we talk about specifically about the generation we are talking about, we are all we have shortened our communication style, but we are yet more connected, and I think that's where we need to drive relevance as a brand. For me, today, brands equal to partnerships. Now, how do you drive those partnerships across your channels, different channels? Your omni channel strategy is what will make you stand apart, be it fierce competitors or visibility, consideration, conversion. I mean, all of those metrics come later. But if we
to sell you something with a message which is not irrelevant, which is irrelevant to you or to an audience, the chance of getting attention is less. If the message relevance is high or the hook of the communication is high, the chance of getting attention is higher. So that's a very classical thing which used to be very important 20 years back, still is very important. I'll talk about the new age things which become, while there is fragmentation of attention spans, I think the other power which marketers have today is technology. So we do service our consumers through apps, right? So a lot of consumers log on to apps of either Domino's or Popeye's restaurants and then, choose what they want to eat. Technology allows us to, today we use AI for finding the right recommendations based on your browsing history.
For the user, for the consumer.
For the consumer. So if you're a consumer who's browsed and, so our customer engine, which is internal to Jubilant, will basically scan off what you've been browsing, what you've been consuming, whether you consume one or two. And it's a predictive model which basically allows us to show what is the sequencing of menu that a consumer will see or a guest will see is very tailor-made on an app, right? And these are early days, right? We are all developing models and then we are fine-tuning those. If you say hand on heart, do they work brilliantly? Yeah, sometimes they do, but they're all evolving models. I would say that's the beginning that we've made. The second, I would say, it also allows us that if the customer lifecycle management is the other part where technology allows us. So this was not so prevalent, like personalization was not prevalent 20 years back, right? But even if it was, there was very few vehicles which would allow you to do this. CLM, customer lifecycle management, was also not very prevalent 20 years back. Or loyalty cards were the best form people were doing it. Today, we can look at a consumer's history. If you've been a consumer with us, a guest with us, and consumed for long, and then say suddenly a 2 rating or a 1 rating I get on a last order that you consumed, the predictive model can tell me what I need to do. Do I, do a win back even before I lose you? So there are a lot of opportunities that technology also allows. So to just round off your question as to what I would say, to add my 2 bits onto, one is classical. And I think that will stay forever. Relevance of message will never go away. If you give a relevant message to consumer, you will see even more, you will find it even more difficult to get attention. Personalization is something which technology is allowing us today to get better, attention from consumers. And then customer lifecycle management. So I can tune your experience basis who you are rather than what I give to everyone. So it can be a very tailor-made life cycle management for a customer. So those are the few things that I would talk about.
So, I sell a brand of rice under the name Dawat. And rice is not part of everyday conversation. You might have conversation of everything under the sun, from the leader you like, from the press you like, which is, there, which is normal. But no conversation on something which you would have eaten for lunch and intend to eat for dinner also, for most of India. Now, we were selling, and a large part of the category for us was selling the longer, the whiter, the more aromatic, more flavorful, more good looking. And today, interestingly, a large part of my communication is getting to introduce people to recipes from rice on Instagram.
I see.
Okay? And getting them to engage and incidentally selling rice as part of the process. Generating demand, which is fundamental to what we do as a profession. Okay? So that hasn't changed.
Yeah.
to be doctors and engineers. Now everybody wants to be an influencer. And I don't say it with cynicism in my voice. I actually say it, but that's a reality. So I think the more you fall on the other side of the boundary where you accept, because they're digital natives, right? Tech usage for them starts much earlier at when they are 3 to 4 year olds. So they are not only enthusiastic about new technologies, they also expect more diverse technologies from brands. So when as a marketer, I have to operate in that space, I make sure that every content piece I'm generating, I am definitely in line with what my generation wants.
Yeah.
My demographics is 18 to 35, which makes it 80% Gen Zs,
Correct.
right? So I have to constantly be very not tone deaf that what content I'm producing, what influencer I'm onboarding. It has been a blanket way of marketing for brands, especially D2C brands, to onboard influencer. But somewhere you have to draw a line there as well. So I'll give you a reference how we work with influencers. Of course, they have a certain following, but now everybody has a certain following. Doesn't even matter what kind of content. Everybody has cracked the viral code. Say something extreme, do something crazy, okay, like, or pick up on a topical topic, be either on the left side of it, right side of it, and you'll get viral, and you'll get your 2 minutes of fame. When we onboard influencers, we don't work with very big influencers and spend marketing dollars there and then figure out the rest of the month. We onboard influencers where our products still remain hero. We onboard influencers where they work in partnership with us to create content where we use their images on website, because consumers react better to influencer images because they are real images, they are real people. At the same time, we don't bring down the quality of our catalog shoots. So that's a balance we do. Even we have just onboarded Chiara Antwani as a brand ambassador. But when we work with Chiara on this, generally what makes brands falters with brand campaigns is they let the celebrity think that they'll make their brand. No. What if the celebrity falters? Your brand falters too? So what we did, we worked in partnership with Chiara. All the clothes she has worn in the campaign film is something we have worked on together. Because consumers see Chiara as certain somebody, they see Libas as certain somebody, and when they see the final product, they can see a glimpse of both in the final product. And then the conversions are higher.
Yeah.
We also are very serious about the technologies we use. So we have personalized our web experiences depending on your shopping patterns. So say if Shivani likes suits more, next time Shivani comes on my website, she will only see suit banners first, right? So conversion is faster, AOV order is bigger, the average spent on the website is higher. So our retention is much better than a lot of other brands in the category. We have 30 to 40% retention because we have segmented our data there as well. We reach out to customers and we personalize messages.
Great.
So if I already have a couple of information about Shivani, or what I'll do is I'll send her birthday wishes. If I know she likes suits more, then I'll say her discount coupon codes for that. I will send her specific emailers where images are used a certain way. So we try to make sure that content and technology runs parallel. I read this quote by the CEO of Netflix recently, and he said that our biggest competitors are Amazon Prime, of course, Disney, and sleep. Says a lot, right?
Correct. Yeah. How about you, Rumi, in terms of when you look at your own industry? What are the biggest challenges with respect to this
Color
short
cosmetic
attention?
itself is a big challenge. Makeup is for everybody. From a 9-year-old to whatever, I can't even tell you, 67. It could be anything. It could be 100-year-old. Every woman wears some or the other level of makeup. It could just be a kajal. Even kajal is makeup, right? It doesn't have to be full 7 layers.
I've seen some girls carrying big bags of makeup, this is so many.
Yeah, so color cosmetic is very diverse. So I am, interestingly, I mean, you brought up the conversation of Gen Z. So interestingly, about 6 months ago, at Swiss Beauty, we launched this new collection called Craze. Swiss Beauty Craze is only for Gen Z. So it is for 16 to 22-year-old only. The good thing is that one beautiful word came from this one lady, which I want to share with everybody. She said, you know what, forget all your BS about storytelling, okay? You live it first. And I was like, okay, yeah, that's very interesting. We have to move from storytelling to story living. That's what she was trying to say. And that became a sort of a mantra. in our office that, you know what Gen Z wants? They don't just want you to tell us stories. Don't tell me all of that. But you show me that you're living it. You show me that you're doing it. It's basically a nicer way of saying that walk the walk types.
Give me an
how we used to
example.
say.
What do they mean?
What do they mean is that don't tell me that this is what is trending in the market. This is what consumers are doing. Show me your office people. What are they doing? Are they wearing it? You know, don't tell me that, you know, there's a factory where the products are getting, you know, it's getting manufactured. Show me real life footage of stuff getting samples, getting tested, swatches happening, everything happening in office.
Yeah.
They want to know that we are actually using the product that we are selling and not just selling it. They want to know, they don't want us to just tell them, okay, listen, we also, you know, don't wear makeup. There are women in our office who don't wear makeup when they're not feeling very good. When they're not feeling very good about themselves, they don't wear makeup, and that's a normal thing. We have started showing so much of real content which is behind the brand. Actual founders, my founders, you know, actual pictures of our NPD meetings, which is a new product development meetings. Actual women walking in telling stories that, हाँ आज काजल नहीं पहना, या लोग my lipstick smudged, you know, content like that. So they want to see what I am selling. You know, obviously everything is very pretty on Instagram, no? Everything is pretty, everything has got filters on it and some spark happening somewhere. But that's not real life is. And they want real, they want authentic. They want to know exactly what is happening behind the brand. They want to know the people behind the brand. Sometimes you just forget there are actual people behind, right? You just feel that it's all tools and whatever talking. But there are people like us who are actually using the product that we are selling. We're actually sitting at home and eating rice or wearing libas ka kurta and going on Snapdeal and probably it. And sitting at home and probably putting a lipstick of Swiss Beauty, right? So that's and probably going to Popeye office well to the restaurant. But the point is, I think that's what it is. I think for us, from storytelling, it's come to story living. That's where we have come to. Even on LinkedIn or Instagram or everywhere, started to show more of the brand behind the brand. I think that's what the key takeaway I would give to everybody.
So great insights and great stories, everyone. I'm in a slightly different space than I would say than most other folks. It's a very busy and a very noisy space. I'm competing against folks who are basically verbs for what people do. You Amazon stuff and you Blinkit stuff. You don't yet Snapdeal stuff. But we've been around about 12, 13 years. And a couple of points that I did want to, call out here is that some of the points that everyone brought out quite key. The basic point remains that as marketers, our nuance remains in our ability to say yes or no to the right thing. So marketing is as much an art as it is a science. So Gaurav spoke about insights. Data is everywhere right now. What do you pull out? What is correct? So in our case, what data might work for Amazon may work for Blinkit, may not work for us. Because I know for a fact that my customer is a tier 3, tier 4, value-conscious customer. For them, for her, for him, what I speak, even if I sell rice or I sell lipstick, it's vernac. The call to action that I take is very different from what an Amazon or a Blinkit would make. So if I know that those are the calls that I have to take on a daily basis, my task is very much the same as a marketer. The second point that, Rumi brought out very well, I have an 8-year-old, so I'm living with an alpha, and I have a huge team of Gen Zs, so that's the other data point that I live. But are they exactly who would shop on Snapdeal? Maybe not all of them. Do they shop on Blinkit? Yes. Do they shop on Meesho? Maybe. Right? So that cut is also very, very critical, who you are speaking to. Even if it is a certain cohort or a certain segment that has become the talking point or the relevant segment to respond to. And everywhere from offline to online is doing it. Do you really go after them, or the ones that you go after really have a different way of responding? So being true and real to what you have been and what you do is a very, very key ask of marketeers, Yeah. So that's.
In your case, you recently entered India, last 2 to 3 years, I suppose, and you're expanding fast. is your target segment that you are aiming at, your main TG, is that a 25-year-old or is it a 45-year-old? And the second question I want to ask each of you is that, is what is important to a 25-year-old? Are there specific things that are fundamentally different in terms of how they perceive products and services and how they respond to that?
See, our TG is more Gen Z and millennials, right? So it is more 25 years old is what I would say. But actually, if you see a restaurant crowd inside, you would see actually a fair mix of millennials as well.
Yeah.
Even families do come. But our communication mostly targets 25-year-olds. Interestingly, the first insight we worked on is a very famous term today. It's called FOMO. And so the entire premise of the launch was, it's the world's famous chicken sandwich. And, you know, chefs love it, celebrities love it. And it's, the first thing it strikes is FOMO, which is, oh, this is something which I have not tried.
I have to try.
And it's a very common term, right? I'm learning these terms from my team, from my, not kids yet, I'm also having alpha kids. But I think so, see, what I believe is still as a core marketeer, the essence is the same. You still have to give the benefit of, the benefits are changing though. So I'll give you an example, and not from my brand, but we were interacting with a set of college going students, kids, right? So, and they were consuming beverages, cold beverages, boba tea, everything that Dunkin' offers, right? So, we asked them, how do you like it? They said, your taste is very good, but I won't consume it like this because it was in an opaque glass. And then we deep dive, we asked them, so why won't you buy it in opaque glass? Is it because, you know, I can't Instagram this. It's very nice, but I can't Instagram. And the second question, if you would deep down, so further, you know, deep dive, why would you want to Instagram? If I can't Instagram, how would I show off to my friends that I'm consuming this? Now, the generation has changed. I won't say that our generation didn't want to show off, but we won't acknowledge that we show off. The confidence of that, you know, I want to show off. It's okay. Humans haven't changed. When we were kids, we wanted to show off, but we won't acknowledge in public. So it's become a norm, right? So I'm saying the consumers are changing. The benefits, marketing remains the same. You still have to target benefits. The benefits that these Gen Zs are seeking or the alphas will seek when they get their wallet loaded. I wasn't aware about the kids in Bangalore, but thankfully my kids are not asking 10K yet every Friday, Saturday. But you know, when Gen Alphas have their wallets loaded, how will they consume? What will be the benefits? Our jobs, I completely agree with, you know, Shivani, as marketeers and as old marketeers, 40-year plus marketeers, I would say is becoming difficult because it's difficult to decode this. And I'll give you an example from my own household, right? So I have two alphas at home. When my daughter was 3, barely speaking, and I had probably misplaced my wallet somewhere, she said, have you Googled in that corner? Google is equal to search for her, right? So, and she can't speak, but she's picking up from the language that we speak when we are using our phones. Even more interesting, my son, who's 5 years old, last week this happened, you know, my wife told him, you have to eat this. He said, my body, my choice, you can't force me. 5-year-old. I don't know, like these are kids who are watching television half an hour on a weekend, that's it. So I can't decode, you know, on a lighter note, if I can't decode my own genes, it's very difficult to decode this wide range. So my first recommendation is always try as many more Gen Zs, you know, in your team, even if you are an old market, especially if you are an old marketeer. So, so that's the way I would say it. I have used a different approach. I keep my team honest on the basic principles of marketing, which I think I can do well. I don't debate with them when it comes to, you know, what the consumers want or what they like, because I think they know better than I do.
Sure. It's quite an interesting take on, you know, how do you go about navigating this wild, wild world. But, you know, for me, I have a whole spectrum. I haven't let go of the family, which has everybody, the entire length and breadth of it. So you have the lady of the house who still believes in controlling what the family gets to eat. She has her conventional wisdom passed over generations, which she demonstrates. So the dal chawal, the sambar rice is always on the plate. It has its own conventional wisdom. The levels of evaluation for the product gets bought and consumed and when is still with her. So, you know, we all respect her and there is communication for her. While at the same time, when we launch a superfood rice, a black rice, a red rice, that's the kid in the house. That's the 25-year in the house, 20 plus, who says, I want to express myself. I want to tell you something you've been telling me. We've always felt, you know, when we were teenagers, we knew more than our parents, we knew more than everybody around us. And we had our own identity to express. Different ways of doing it. Today, whatever the person is wanting to touch and embrace should communicate some level of identity which the individual carries. And that is exactly getting reflected even in a category like ours. So there are people for whom we launch products. We launch products, we introduce products where, you know, it's not about, so we are not available in general trade. We are not available in the most conventional rice stores.
Yeah.
But we are certainly available in every quick commerce and e-commerce outlet. Each one of our packs carries a digital interface in the form of a QR code to tell you how to cook it. Because if you bought this thing and you don't know how to cook it, you will not going to go back and tell people about it. We want to give you an ace up your sleeve to go out and cook something, create your own canvas and present. And that's how we get mobility in your life. Okay, and that's what technology enables. So today, there is technology. You open up the cameras in your phone, point inside the refrigerator, and it'll tell you what you can cook.
Yeah.
And if you're missing on something, certainly point out to a quick commerce outlet and tell you, get this, and this is what you can prepare today. Surprise people. And hence, you know, I won't name them, but cookery shows have found their own space. The second largest piece of digital content being consumed after entertainment is cooking.
Yeah.
Is food. So I know how to cook, I wish how to cook are not the questions. I want to see what is getting cooked and I want to participate in it by either consuming it or by telling someone how to cook it or showing off my knowledge for it. Can I participate in that as a brand? I can certainly do that. And we have built product portfolios. So across the spectrum of marketing, product portfolios, communication variables.
Good.
We launched products like biryani kits. You wanted to cook a great biryani, show off, we have a product. You can do that in half an hour.
Yeah.
We'll tell you how to do it, we'll give you a product how to do it, we'll deliver to you through one of our partners in quick commerce in that time. So that's the ecosystem what we need to drive without alienating the heritage if you are a brand like ours. So I think that's important.
Very
How do you
interesting.
take India along with you?
Very nice, very nice.
That's important.
How about you, Nisha? How are you? Your the core, the primary TG for you is between 20 to 30 years old,
18 to 35 and women, yes.
35 women. And mostly the tier 1 or tier 2, tier 3, how are you segmenting that and how are you reaching them?
No, I think we serve to the entire India and the entire
Okay.
India as our audience, yes.
Is there anything about the values of this target group that are different from older age groups?
Yes and no. Yes, because I think the panelists on my right have rightly pointed out, I also believe in this, that consumption patterns haven't really changed, is how and where we consume stuff now. Where do we consume it? So as a marketer also, you also get swayed a couple of times in the moment about a lot of noise which is there, right? Like, so every day, like, how as a person you have to navigate, what Shivani rightly said, that what to say and yes to and no to, but also when should you say yes to something and when should you say no to something. As a marketer as well, you have to choose your battles every day, right? Marketing is a department everybody has a feedback on. So it's lot of times you have to also kind of do certain things maybe which you don't want to, because also you want to be open to a lot of other perspectives. We also get stuck in our own narrative of, sitting with the marketing team and looking at trends a certain way, but maybe sometimes you don't have to look at things as a brand. Certain time you just have to look at as another consumer. I think understanding who we are talking to is very, very important, and not just for the heck of it, but then once you have that information, what you do with it. Is it only to show to your boss, or just to stay relevant? What do you do with the information you have, right? So when we are talking about kids who are telling his own father, my body, my rules at age 5, like understand who you are talking to. You're talking to people who just by the virtue of being born to millennial parents and older Gen Zs, technology is very, very okay for them, right? So when it is very, very okay for them, they care about issues which we might think do not matter. And the issues this generation care about is compassion, empathy. They really believe in helping other humans, and they write you off if they think that you are a brand who just talks stuff and does not walk the talk. Right? I have seen that happen to us a couple of times. On certain times when we have mentioned a certain fabric on some of our garments, we get called out immediately, right? And we don't shy away from it. We accept a fault and we just start a new day with it. So when you know that this generation cares about certain something, now when you have that information, what do you want to do with that? We are working on building an IP. And that IP is who is a Libas woman, right? We do multiple collections throughout the year. Is it just to stay relevant, or does every collection has to have a conversation? What Ganpati rightly pointed out, right, that the second most consumed content these days is cooking. Now, if cooking around a food product is the second most consumed content piece, then what are the sub-content pieces you can see also on the internet around cooking? You can see right now people cooking in hills. You can, near a water stream. You can see people cooking fresh from farm to table. There are a lot of videos, I personally consume those a lot, where they are picking some fresh produce from the farm and then creating in their kitchen, right? There are village cooking now, there are village people cooking through the traditional village methods. So understanding that, okay, if cooking is what I can see as a sub-trend where content I can create as a brand, and what are the subtopics around it?
Sure.
So if I'm a clothing brand and women,
Yeah.
and so what a beautiful audience to speak to, right? Like what a beautiful TG to work with as well. 18 to 35, like cherry on the cake. I personally think so. So now what are the topics which are relevant to women? We are creating this IP, it's called Libas Better. It's a podcast, and where we speak to women across different topics which are important to women. When I joined Libas, which was some 4-5 months back, we have this house, and under our house of brands, we have this brand called Extra Love, right? Not plus size or whatever, it's called Extra Love. Now, under that, I saw that while the brand was selling really well, the sub-brand was selling really well, I did not see much social visibility for it. Reasons, I didn't inquire. I'm grateful that I was not said no to, and I wanted to do a little bit more with that. So I immediately started introducing our collections with it. Our main website banners with those images, with focusing on Extra Love. So it again, not to stay relevant, but also if you know something, then what are you doing with it?
All right. We are, I think, almost out of time. So I have one question to ask. Please respond with one sentence, which is that if as an audience, if we need to, if you wish or not wish, but if you advise us to acquire one skill, what would that be to navigate the future? Is it analytics? Is it AI? Is it positioning? What is the one skill that you think would be the most important for all of us going forward?
I would say it's humility, that I don't know, because only when you don't know is when you will learn.
Yeah.
And I do think even with 20 years plus of marketing, I still need to learn. So
to keep learning.
Humility is the key skill to have.
I think just add a bit of bravery to humility. because you're treading spaces where no one else has gone. So you are the Christopher Columbus or the Neil Armstrong of your brand. So please be brave enough to walk the talk and walk where nobody is.
How about Nisha? What would you recommend you all learn?
As Bill Gates rightly said, empathy is the biggest skill we all are yet to acquire. We are working with the TG. I think if we are not fearing them, then we'll be able to understand them better. So yeah.
How about you, Rumi?
I think going a little bit away from the emotional aspect of it, I think I would suggest that, in this world of chasing, ASPs and AOVs and LTVs and engagement rate kya hai and reach ka impression kya hai, I think one thing that is still very relevant is to figure out what is the insight of your brand. And that starts with a human insight, that starts with actually talking to people and not on Instagram, but actually going and talking to people. Figure out what is that one thing, that one key human insight on which your brand is built, and then just go from there.
That was curiosity, right? That was curiosity. Okay. So to manage all of these skills, I think you also need mindfulness, because as a marketeer, whether you talk about 20 years ago when I started or now, that's something that we battle with every day. So many things happening, so many different TGs popping up, so many new nuances, AI, so many different. So mindfulness is definitely something that will keep you laser sharp and get you to do the right things.
Great. We're out of time. Thank you all very much. Very insightful and anecdote-filled responses. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much to our panel. And before we get them in the group shot, I'd request Nabajit Nath, the head of sales India of Bliss, to join us on stage to give away the mementos. But most importantly, be a part of the group shot so that we can have all of you in the frame together. Please, each and every one of you in the frame together. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our leadership being present on stage. And Nabajit, if we can request you to please give the token of appreciation. The order did change a little, but if we could have first Gaurav right here. Let's give him a big round of applause. I think they would want you in the shop together. I think, yeah, just the center stage. All right. Gaurav, thank you so much. Mr. K. Ganapati, thank you so much for joining us today. It's a heavyweight memento, yeah? So managing it around. Thank you so much, Nisha. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Rumi. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much, Shivani. And the session chair, ladies and gentlemen, Satya. Satya, thank you so much. Thank you once again. Thank you to all our eminent panelists. Thank you for joining us. With that, and before we move ahead to our next spotlight session, we're going to be requesting our team to play in the partner audio visuals while we set up the stage for our upcoming session. Well, hello everyone. Now at the Pitch CMO Summit Delhi 2024, it's now time for CMO is Spotlight. So our CMO in the spotlight today isn't the Chief Marketing Officer. He's somebody who's, driving force behind Bazi Games, shaping the gaming landscape with innovation, passion, and a keen understanding of consumer dynamics. Through his leadership, PokerBazi has become more than just a gaming platform. It's a community, a lifestyle, and a symbol of meaningful engagement. So he's here to share the strategies that are propelling PokerBazi to new heights of success, sustained growth, as well as lasting impact. Unraveling the secrets behind the brand's meteoric rise with unlocking meaningful growth for PokerBazi on a sustained basis. We're elated that we are now going to be joined for our session with the co-founder and CMO of Bazi Games. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a mighty round of applause to none other than Varun Ganju. Come on, everyone. Let's give a bigger and a louder round of applause. Yes, that's better. Varun, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Hi, guys. Good to be here. You guys have been here since a few hours, but yeah, I'll try to make it a little interesting. As she introduced, I represent PokerBazi. We are a premium poker brand in India, and it's an interesting phase in our journey because this year we are completing 10 years, right? And when I got this opportunity that, to talk about the sustainable growth, I thought that it would be best that, to talk about the journey and what approach that we have taken in the last 10 years. For me personally, wearing both hats together, being the marketer and the co-founder, it helped me understand the holistic picture and not just treat pure play marketing as the liver of growth. Let's begin. This is in a nutshell where we are today. We have 40 lakh plus user base, ranked number 1 in India and 8 globally. 100 crore plus poker hands dealt in these last 10 years. I would like to know from the audience, how many of you have played at least one poker hand in your life? Just raise your hands. Good, that's quite a lot of people here. But I see some of you haven't, so yeah, by the end of it, I hope you do. So, what worked for us? To start with, understanding the customers from the beginning was something that has helped us in every single aspect of work that we do, right? And we were lucky enough to be in a place where we were the consumers ourselves. So our founding team were passionate poker players. And before we started this, we were already playing a lot of poker. So we understood that what is needed in a product for poker in India, how different we want to make a product, which is something different from what is available in the existing markets, right? Or internationally for that matter. And how can we add, let's say, make that experience maybe 20, 30, 40% better. So that was the initial thought, right? And over the period, we realized that, knowing customers in the truest sense is going to help you so much and drive you so much better ROI in whatever actions and whatever, projects you do or whatever marketing campaigns you do everywhere. So in our initial days, we realized that growing a brand will need connecting every experience dot for a user, right? And for us, before we could go into mainstream marketing or even product building, we realized that support is something that is a very key figure in, if you have to bind your customers together and maybe even help you grow. In our initial years, we built our software ourselves, right? And building a complex poker software is little tough, I would say. And if you ask the techies around you, they would say it's really complex, right? The available competition at that time had, the leverage of having international softwares working for them, and they were miles ahead in terms of the software experience, right? So, our software used to crash every single day, and it was really hectic and frustrating for our users. So it was at that time we realized that, hey, while we build our software, our product and get better at it, it's not going to be an overnight journey, right? It will take some time, a few months maybe. So we made sure that, all of us, including the founding team, we are there for our customers. We are there to pick on the calls, reply them on the emails, on social media. I myself have been a social media respondent, so to say, right, for a lot of weeks and months. So we made sure that our customers at every time felt that we are there for them, right? And that at that moment was such a big thing for them that, in a very nascent industry, it was pre-digitization. And it helped us not just bind our customers even with a inferior software experience, but also them spreading the word of mouth for us. Then, after, while doing that, while talking to our customers, staying close to them, we realized that, how important product is going to play a role in this entire journey, right? If whatever big campaigns we do, whatever right channels of marketing we pick, if the product is lacking that experience, it's not going to cut through, right? And more so because poker is a game where, it's a sport, it's a game where people on an average spend a lot of minutes every day. The average user playing time is probably around 2 hours, right? And that's huge. So if you are going to spend that amount of time on a product, on an app, it has to be, a good experience for you. And if there's any single drop of experience there, you're not going to stay back. So what we realize is that in that journey of product building, it's not just the gameplay, right? In the initial years, we thought so, and we thought that, hey, if we build a great product, they come on the game, everything is good, we are sorted. And we did that. And we realized that still, there is something missing. And again, being closer to the customers helped us understand that, the missing piece at that time was the off-table experience. So, the thing that I show you is a game table on our app, right? But there were a lot of touch points which were off this table, right? Say, for example, transaction. It's a real money gaming platform. So people come and deposit money, withdraw money. So there's banking transactions happening, right? And there was a gap in that experience too, right? And what we realize is that today, if we are building a poker product, people are not going to compare the experience with just the other poker products or the RMG, real money gaming brands, right? The comparison of experience will happen with any other app I'm sure almost all of you would use Zomatos and Swiggies of the world, right? So the comparison will be with every single other good app that's available on your phone, right? And all those, the kind of elements of experience that all those apps have and your app has in common will have to be matched to that experience level. So we did that, and by doing so, we realized that by the time we came up with a superior, upgrade of our platform, this was back in 2021, we had surpassed every other poker platform in the country. And by then, we were not really doing anything big in marketing. We were doing the standard performance marketing and the basic stuff that you do there, right? So when we did that and we realized, okay, then we've reached a stage where we have a stable product, people are loving it. Now let's do something more. And before we could do, the good product experience had already led to that. And we could see the consumers, new consumers coming in, right? And we realized that, it's not just, it's now the right time that our product is at that level where it's attracting new consumers by its own. So whatever amount of marketing we now do, whatever big branding that we attempt, it's going to drive ROI for us now. If we had attempted that before, it would not probably have ended up giving us that kind of ROI. So when we thought of going into our next phase, we took a conscious call that, we have to go unconventional. It's a market which is cluttered with content. If you see, you wake up, I think the default app that you go to is Instagram probably. I think for the most of you, it would be that, right? Or Facebook, or maybe LinkedIn for some of you. It's a corporate crew, so maybe it's LinkedIn, right? But the moment you wake up, you start scrolling, and you won't even realize that how many impressions or brands you're coming across. So there's so much clutter out there, right? So in whatever marketing you do, you need to know that exactly what you want to show to your consumers. You already know that, okay, this is where they are, this is my target group, but what is the kind of messaging you would want to keep for them, right? So for us, we are poker and it's a real money gaming platform, right? Essentially what you see with any other real money gaming brand, be it fantasy or be it rummy or let's say Ludo or any other such game that you would have come across, you would have seen the communication being around, you sign up, you get this much bonus, or come win this much, XXX, this much lakh guaranteed in a tournament, right? Or so. So it's incentive, money incentive that is being used as a source of attraction, right? While, money is attraction, but we figured that, for us, that was just getting into the rat race, right? So what we figured out by, again, talking to our consumers is that, there is some gap in understanding what poker is. It's essentially not just a game, it's a sport. And the Western worlds have seen it. It has a huge following outside, right? And that's the scope of it. Like any other sport, like let's say cricket or football, you have the levers of, learning, practicing it, analyzing the game, watching the game, and then playing the game, right? And all those elements of a sport are also available for poker. Globally, you see a lot of poker content being rolled out or streamed on YouTubes and other digital media. So we took a conscious call that, if we have to go to the market, our campaigns should not just talk about money. So it was 2022 when we launched our first big brand campaign. We onboarded Shahid Kapoor as our brand ambassador. And we went live with our first campaign on poker, on mainstream television, digital media as well. And it did not speak even a word of money. And people used to come to us and say, hey, you're burning so much money, what's the point if it does not talk about money, right? But the kind of jump we saw throughout our funnel with that kind of campaign was phenomenal, right? And it was again a stamp to the fact that, if you figure out the right communication for you, what's the right need of the hour, I think it's going to cut you through the clutter. The second thing is how much to show, right? How many of you are from Delhi NCR? So a lot of you, right? So have you passed through the MG Road, Delhi MG Road, right? If you have, you would have seen Pokerbazi on metro stations, holding on some metro stations, right? Now what we have done there is that we have taken not one, not two, but 3 metro stations back to back, right? Sultanpur, then Gitorni, then Arjungarh. So this is a very common question that we, again, get asked so much often that, are you guys mad? You would have taken 1 metro station, but why 2, why 3, right? And it's an approach, again, that we have not just taken for outdoor advertising, but even in all the digital campaigns that we do or brand campaigns. We were advertising on IPL recently, right? So what we have figured with our experience is that, in today's world, again, it's not just being at the right place or going out with the right content or the right messaging. While that is important, but it's even more important to be sure of what is the kind of frequency that you have to be there with, right? What is the kind of impressions that you have to burn to create that impact, right? If you go with the standard conventional marketing approach, right? They will tell you that, hey, if you have, let's say, spent X amount of money on the production of a campaign, right? Or building a campaign, spend 10X on XYZ channels, and this is the standard mix of, the marketing media mix, right? I think that things have changed, and you have to pick channels for you, and you have to pick the right frequency for you, what category you are in. For us, it was not just brand building, but it was also category building. Poker is new in India, relatively newer, right? So we kept taking our conscious calls accordingly, and it was not honestly the first time that we hit the chord. We have heard, have had our experiences, bad experience too, but more than that, it was learnings for us. And when you combine both of these, you have a fair chance of cutting the clutter. Again, there is no guarantee of that, but it's your best chance. And I think that is something that everyone should attempt all the time. The other thing that we have done over the years is, giving attention to details. And that is something that in the recent times we have been more upfront with all our team members that, in the difference between good and great brands, most of the times is attention to detail. And this attention to detail is mostly around every single thing that you do, every single task that you do, right? Whether it's you're a copywriter or a designer, how you place your logos. In building a brand, it takes years of effort, and if you're missing that attention to detail, it's not going to drive results long term for you. So, we stitched all of these, right? And on the data side, I would say that, more than what you should do, data is also sometimes good to tell you that what not to do, right? So before 2021, I think it was around the pandemic, we were doing a lot of restricted at homes, what to do. So we thought that, hey, this is going to be probably a good time to advertise more and get more users to play the game, right? I mean, everybody will have more time. So we went out to a lot of vendors and for, just digital acquisition. And we saw that, numbers are increasing. We are getting installs, we are getting signups, and you're happy, okay, things are working out. But then 1 month, 2 months down the lane, we started seeing, in depth into data and saw that, hey, the needle is somewhere not moving, right? So what's the missing piece? And we saw that a lot of these users who were coming, signing up, even depositing money, even after depositing money, they would not play even a single hand and just bounce off. We figured out, something is fishy here. So we went into data further and, went to the vendors to check what is happening. So figured out there are a couple of these Chinese apps where the vendors get your placements done, and they say that the app would say there are a list of tasks that if you, let's say, to me, Varun, if you download Pokerbazi app, we will pay you $200 in your, or $50 in your Paytm account, right? Straight up. And the vendor would charge me $500 for a deposit. So I think it's sort of a scam that was happening in a way. But we realized it little, I mean, it wasn't too late for us to realize that. But what helped us was data. So I tell this to every single marketer out there that, while data can also lead you to that analysis paralysis stuff that people keep talking about. So somewhere you have to keep a mix of data and your gut calls based on your experience. But to keep tracking that what not to do, I think data is a good support over there. In terms of even product journeys and messaging, we were very sure of, in depth, going into detail that, where our customer stands in their phase of their poker life journey, right? So we realized that when we go big on branding, when we launched our campaign with Shahid Kapoor, we saw a lot of, again, increased influx. And this time it was not even paid influx, right? It was organic influx. And we saw that, even some of that cohort also not playing even a single hand. Again, now I went back to the board, right? And I said that, hey, what is happening? Is some sort of, incentive being given by my team, or what is happening there? So again, a lot of data crunching, but this time data wasn't helping much. So what we did, again, go back to the customers. So we made a lot of phone calls, spoke to the customers. They said, hey, you have been, you've took the effort and you've come organically. So what's the scene? Why are you not playing? So some of the answers were really, intriguing. Somebody said that, a lot of users actually said that, hey, we just saw your campaign with Shahid on TV and we love Shahid. And so he was saying Pokerbazi, so we just thought, okay, something will be good. So they just came to the app. So they have nothing to do with poker. They don't know what poker is. Is it even a card game or what, right? So when we understood that, we said that, it's not the same product journey, the same messaging that you can give to the consumers of that cohort. If somebody is not knowing poker at all, you cannot directly pitch the game to them or say that, hey, play this tournament, do this game. So our experienced teams went into detail of how to segregate, data cohorts, their players. And we did that by putting up some simple journeys out there, right? So as simple question as that, have you played poker before? Soon as you land on the app, right? So if you say, yes, I have, you are taking a separate poker, route on the messaging and product route. And if you say no, then it's a separate learning course that is being shown to you instead of just pitching the game directly. Yeah, moving on. So I think also one of the things that is important is to understand that what should be the speed of execution, right? This is something that a lot of startups will keep saying amongst their teams that, be fast, jaldi karna hai sab kuch, competition hai, karna hai, to chhoot jaoge piche. What we've realized over time, and I think also has helped us, is that you have to differentiate and you have to know that what will work best for you. For products, especially for product driven companies, I think it is important that after a while, you need to slow down in rolling out product features. Product building has to be little slow, because if you keep going fast at it, you might miss on giving the best experience out there, right? So you can take your good time. I mean, when I say slow, it does not mean that, you take years, but then, plan it properly, make sure you do a lot of good user acceptance testing and then put it out. Because if you do that, if you roll out whatever you are rolling out in the best possible way and with the best experience, half job of growing that thing and, marketing that is already done, Uh, and then somewhere you have to be fast. So this space, especially, I think this piece is more for marketers, right? So so many challenges out there, so many kind of activations that you can do, right? So what is right, what is wrong? There's no straight up answer. So how you can conclude that for you is just by experimenting. So I think you can be fast there with your A/B tests. Just make sure that you have the right set of measurement in place. Book for you. Here it is. I'm so sorry, there's no playbook. I think in today's world, you have to have your own ways. You need to figure out stuff for you. Every brand, every category will have its own different playbooks, right? So you have to build your own playbook. So you learn, you unlearn, you learn again, right? But you do it fast, in a way. That's it. Thank you so much.
Well, a bigger round of applause for our leader joining us, and may we please request you to stay back, as I'd like to have the opportunity of now inviting Jwala Kumar, VP Monetization and Strategic Partnerships at Xpleasure, to kindly join us and help us with the token of appreciation. A warmer round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag Pitch CMO. That was Varun Ganju, the co-founder and chief marketing officer of Bazi Games. And I'm sure his session was enriching to all of you. I'd also like to personally applaud all our audience members who have stayed, who are eager learning. And remember, we still have few winners for the social media contests which are yet to be declared. So do keep your social media presence heavy. And we're going to be telling the final two winners shortly as well. Remember that hashtag PitchCMO needs to be in the post, and of course, do tag in Exchange for Media so that we're able to track and the teams can further verify and announce the winners. Well, with that being said, it's time for us to go ahead with our next session without further ado. Let's dial up the excitement as we get ready to groove with a brand that's all about making some serious noise. Well, when we talk about noise, we're not just talking about the decibels here. We're talking about a brand that's cranking up the volume in digital space, bringing beats of innovation and melodies of creativity to the forefront. The unplugged dialogue, where we are looking at exploring the art of capturing the attention of today's digital nomads, who better to lead the charge than none other than Utsav Malhotra, ladies and gentlemen, Chief Operating Officer at Noise. Let's give him a big, big round of applause as we welcome him on the stage. And guiding this conversation is our session chair, Rajiv Dal, the Chief Revenue Officer at Lemma. Thank you.
noise are adopting to reach consumers that are becoming elusive by the day. So my name is Rajiv Dhal. I am the CRO of Lemma Technologies. Let me very quickly introduce Lemma to you. Lemma is pioneering innovation in ad tech across multiple emerging formats like retail audio and many others. We operate in multiple countries from United States to Australia, and we've got deep presence in the India market as well. Now, today's discussion is about how to go behind the elusive consumers who's extremely well connected, multiple devices, yet very, very difficult to reach. So that's the topic of discussion today. I am joined by Utsav, and I am very excited and thrilled to have you on board, Utsav. You guys, I mean, noise doesn't need an introduction. You are making a lot of noise in the market. You're doing very well. You are the fastest growing wearable brand in India and beyond. So I'm not too sure if it's worldwide the largest already. And good to have you on board today. Let me set the context to straight away jump in. So today's consumer that we often call as digital nomad is toggling between devices throughout the day. Look at your own behavior. I mean, you jump from one to another through the day. Now, typically the demographics of this consumer are younger, so they are younger lot. They belong to niche communities, and very often they are privacy conscious. Now this animal, sorry to say, is very difficult to reach. Very well connected, very difficult to reach. So how exactly are you going behind targeting such consumers that have 7 devices in their control, yet don't want to be reached by anyone? Over to you.
So thank you, Rajiv. I think by sheer excitement, at least the two of us are. I can't say about the other side of this room, but yes, you're absolutely right. This is probably the biggest paradox that you are dealing with, right? These are, let's talk about the 10-kilometer radius from where we are sitting today. It's probably the most expensive real estate in all of North India. It is the most affluent consumer that every brand typically wants to target and reach out. And also is the consumer that is probably as difficult to reach and media dark, right? Because people are not using conventional channels anymore. They're on multiple devices. People are using phones, tablets, even wearables, but not willing to be reached, right? The interesting part here is two-pronged. One, we are a digital-first business, and this is a consumer that is digitally a lot more active. Two, I think it's easier to reach a consumer like this when you're dealing with first-party data. Because fundamentally for a digital brand, you want to get to those 6, 7, 8 touch points for you to start getting some sort of conversion, for them to flow through the funnel effectively. The conundrum therefore is, how are you going to do it? So there are a few plays sort of that end up coming about. You have to have omni-channel presence. You have to be present on all these platforms that you find these digital nomads sifting through, because they're not consistent, they have short-lived memory, they have short attention span, and therefore you have to continue to bombard them with the brand across multiple touchpoints with consistent messaging. What we've managed to do is kind of target them. We are a very hyper-targeted sort of a brand, over-indexed towards performance spends, and it allows us to do that better. But more importantly, fundamentally build the core of data. Because unless you build that layer, you will struggle. And as the laws become tighter, as navigating the data privacy regulations becomes more difficult, it's going to be a struggle. So, for every commoditized brand, and I'll give you some examples, right? We started out by doing audio devices. And when you're doing audio devices, you soon realize it can get commoditized, right? It borders on being commoditized. Think about automobile brands. Think about large appliances. They're as commoditized as they come. So we took a conscious hard pivot to saying that we will deal with wearables as our focus, build enough and more layers, so to say, safeguarding ourselves, barriers to entry, so to say, but we will start recording consumer data. So every single device that the consumer today buys gets activated on my app. On my app, I get 1 million odd daily active users today who are leaving a very rich data print. So we are very unique that way, where we are being able to build, cultivate, and nurture that sort of first-party data. We are present across multiple touchpoints, and short format, reels, YouTube, video, digital targeting in terms of Facebook, but also mainstream, OTT. This is a consumer that is picking up snackable content. So as a brand, if you're not making that snackable content, chances are they'll glide over. Third bit, very, very important, personalization. Right? You have to speak to this consumer in a language, in a setting, in a context that they understand. And that starts on the layer, on the basis of this data. And that's really helped us.
Fantastic. So, this is so exciting. You are talking about a brand that's been built now, 10 years, 15 years back. Do we have anyone who belongs to companies that are brands or managing brands on either side that have been in existence for more than 100 years? The CPG, FMCG, automobile? Okay. Oh, fantastic. So now let's look at the conundrum that you talked about. Let's just zoom in a little more and actually bifurcate into two type of categories of brands. So personalization is under scrutiny across the world. GDPR plus is what is going to be rolled out in India. We don't have a date, but it should be soon. None of the brands so far that are traditional in their background have built scalable or scaled first-party data. Now, you are an exception because your brand itself was born maybe a decade back or something like that. Let's just split into two parts and let's talk about, look at a brand, personalization I want to offer, but it's under scrutiny, I need to be conscious. First-party data is either very expensive or I don't have at scale. AI or AR, VR technology is very exciting, but not at scale. You can't reach enough people and you can't deliver all the messages. Now, even new age media, we have invested heavily. We have put all into digital out of home and connected TV. Why? Because we believe context is the new way of targeting, old way coming back. Now, let's just split the discussion in two parts. If you wear your hat, which was as a marketeer but not for noise, how do you go behind this scenario? How do you reach people?
So I think, Rajiv, very interesting. And in my previous life, I've had those sort of challenges, right? Where I've dealt with products that needed to cut across and they were 80 years, so to say, heavy. There are nuance changes, and I think you rightly put it. There is contextual change that has come about. You realize that no longer is this consumer, because the consumer is also metamorphosed, right? I think what's important is to understand that whilst ways of communicating have changed, it's also the consumer that's fundamentally changed and how they're consuming brand, right? So television was a great medium. Content was king, but now context is king, right? You articulated it brilliantly. And the moment you put that in context, you realize that you have to do full funnel. You have to get to the consumer in moments where you are able to connect. Therefore, influencers become important, right? Influencers were not a huge deal till some time back because They build relatability, they build that bridge in terms of getting the brand message across. Two, I think whilst you can't personalize, but I think in the context of what that consumer wants, today you talk about connected TV. The brilliance of connected TV and attribution is grey. I mean, attribution is grey when it comes to even Facebook and Google. But when you talk about connected TV, the real merit lies in the ability for you to be able to sift through those filters. So I think back in the day, you wouldn't have done it, and the spillovers kind of helped. But today, the noise, so to say, or the brand clutter has also increased, and hence the reason to be able to cut through that makes it difficult for you to hyper target. I mean, if I go back 10, 15 years, I'll realize that there were probably about 5 brands in a segment that dominated. Segmentation had played out, and it was easier for me to, with my messaging and content alone, get to the consumer and build that emotional connect. Today, there is so much, and so much of me too that's happening, that you need to be able to stand out, and that is where the media dark consumer, or so to say a digital nomad, becomes that much more difficult to reach. Therefore, you have to gamify. Therefore, you have to do stuff like short quizzes, stuff that keeps them engaged, whether it's influencers, whether it's doing short format. It's about building engagement with the consumer, because if you're not building engagement, you will die. So what we fixed is to invest heavily in building communities. And communities today are solving for the problem that back in the day were those social groups that physically existed.
Oh, very, very exciting. So I think everybody would have picked a lot of lessons today on building communities, going full funnel. Now, I mean, we have to talk about future as well. So very quickly, we've got a few minutes left. AI is going to impact everybody sitting in the hall and all the brands. So look at the scenario. AI will allow personalization and targeting in a fantastic manner. It will be as precise as targeting this gentleman right there. That's one part of the story. And
that was targeting.
Yeah, so that's one way of looking at this is how future is moving. And on the other hand, with privacy concerns and with first party data, etc., not shaping up at a scale, there will be a scenario wherein context is again becoming relevant. And you know what we position in the market, we say location is the new context. Now you can, and people have been targeting south part of Delhi for ages because location was the context. We are bringing it back after 25 years of doing everything. We are going back to saying location is the new context. So look at AI is going to define and sharpen tools. Location becomes context, which is very age-old way of looking at the scenario. Media dark pocket has moved away from Bihar, Uttar Pradesh to media dark pocket is sitting in Gurgaon. It's in the upmarket clusters of Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, Hyderabad. Now, what's your future take? How do you see 10 years down the line? How do you see noise strategy, say 2035?
See, Rajiv, I don't have the clairvoyance, but I can tell you that AI is inadvertent, right? What AI is solving for today is to be able to deal with data packets at scale. A lot of brands today struggle with not having enough scalable data points. And the moment the brand starts building those, and if you want to personalize and if you want to extrapolate those data for insights, then you will need AI for personalization. So that is an absolute reality that we must embrace today. In terms of data privacy and how some of those regulations play out, I think it's about awareness, it's about ethics, it's about integrity in terms of how people use it, how they get communicated, how consent is sought, etc. I think we will, as a country, mature. I don't think we've kind of gone there yet. We're still scraping the surface, but we will go there. In terms of location, in terms of this consumer hiding behind sort of paywalls and VPN networks, etc., is going to become more and more real. Right? So for brands, it will be challenging times unless you're investing in first-party consumer data, unless you're investing in building direct ties and engagement with the consumer. Times ahead are going to be tough. And the brands that are doing that are going to reap the benefits of it.
Fantastic. So looks like marketing is the most exciting domain that used to be and is going to be extremely tech-centric in the future that we...
At least the marketeers on this side of the room should gloat in the fact that that will be the case. But yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Our time is up. In case anyone were to ask any question from Utsav, please feel free. I don't know if we can take one question if you in case you like? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, perfect. I think
that's very encouraging. Thank
evening
you.
time is suggestive, so thanks a lot.
Well, with that, we'd like to have the opportunity of thanking our speaker, and of course, we'd request the session chair of our conversation to help us with the felicitation of our speaker. Let's give once again a big, big round of applause for both our leaders on stage. And once again, a big thank you to Rajiv for curating this conversation. And of course, our leader, Utsav Malhotra. Thank you so much. So with that, we move towards our next session for the Pitch CMO Summit Delhi 2024, where we're ready to embark on a global journey of brand excellence coming up. Now, when we talk about the next brand in question, we're not talking about booking flights and hotels. We're just talking about a brand that's redefining the travel experience, one click at a time. Our speaker is here to give us the inside scoop on how the brand has soared to new heights in the digital ecosystem, crafting a brand identity that's recognized around the globe. It's indeed an honor to welcome on the stage right now our speaker, Krishna Rathi, Senior Country Director for India, Subcontinent and Maldives at Agoda, along with our session chair, ladies and gentlemen, none other than Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and Exchange for Media. Let's give both our leaders a bigger round of applause, and looking forward to a conversation, the leader address on Agoda crafting a global brand identity in the digital age. Over to you, Dr. Batra.
Good evening. Thank you, Krishna, for being part of the Pitch CMO Summit. And when I was growing up, not that I've grown up, it may take many more years, but they said business is marketing, marketing is business. And I've always believed branding, marketing is about creating growth, it's about creating business, it's about creating sales. Of course, brand salience happens, impressions on the ad happen, all that is fine, but eventually all this has to lead into growth for top line and bottom line. So anyway, I just wanted to say that to you. And I shared a personal story with Krishna that me and Naval were in Hong Kong some 18, 19 years back, less than 20, more than 18 years back, and we were staying in a hotel in Hong Kong, and then we extended our trip. Our host was an Indian, but for all practical purposes, he's been in Hong Kong for a long time. And Amit Jain, and he said, book your ticket through, we wanted to extend the hotel, and that's when Amit told us about Agoda, and we booked our hotel. We extended our hotel stay through Agoda. So we got acquainted with the brand 18 years back. You entered India almost 10 years back.
Yes, yes.
And give a sense of the journey of Agoda in India.
Thank you. First of all, thanks for having me here and getting Agoda a chance to represent marketing side of our story. So just quick about Agoda. Agoda is, as Anurag said, it's roughly 20 years old and started in Bangkok. Three friends came down and they realized there's an opportunity. They created this website, and today what you see is actually started as a initiative between three friends. So that's about Agoda. It's one thing which I feel very proud about working at Agoda is one of the few Asian brands which is present in multiple Asian countries. Homegrown as in like homegrown in Asia, and is doing really well across whole of Asia, as you just mentioned. So that's about Agoda. In India, we've been around for 10 years now. You would have heard a lot more about us in the last 3-4 years. And the first part of the part, which I say like before COVID, we were primarily known as someone who brings tourists to India. And when you wanted to travel outside India, you would use Agoda to go outside India. And yeah, post-COVID, we felt it's a great market. we wanted to localize ourselves. One of the key driver was there was not too much of international travel, and Agoda pivoted to also looking at domestic demand, and that's when our like a real India story started 4 or 5 years back post COVID.
And while you were in India for almost 6 or 7 years, why did you start 3 or 4 years back doing brand campaigns, bringing on celebrities? How did you know the time was right?
Yeah. So, as I just wanted to highlight that we operate in most Asian countries and of course across the globe, but with key focus to Asia. And one of the ways we do it is by being very frugal in the way we spend. Like it's very tough to create brands in multiple countries, right? So one of the core things what we do is build supply and then ride on the internet demand. So we are like digital first company, and that's what we were doing in India. We were aggregating the supply in India, and we were selling through mostly online channels, which is your PPC, MSCs, and a bit of digital advertising. I wouldn't call it like proper brand campaign, but a bit of digital advertising. So that was the phase. Once we know that we have something here, so that becomes our like foundation of any market. So I think first 3 or 4 years we spent in building that foundation. And one very important thing before we bring in brand campaign in any country, it's important to know the audience. That is the very core part of it. So then we start localizing. Once the business becomes meaningfully big enough, we start localizing, which could be localization across supply, what kind of places Indians go to, what kind of payment instruments they use, how do they look and like the look and feel of the app. So app you load here would have a very different experience to somewhere else. And once we do all of that, and then of course we factor that is the market big enough. So luckily for us, all of those factored tick boxes, and it meant like now we are ready, we have everything we need, we have localized enough, now we are ready to take this story out to millions of Indian customers. So that was our journey to do a big brand campaign.
And you also joined Agoda around that time.
Oh yeah, I joined, that's a very funny story. I joined Agoda at peak of pandemic, which was 2020, and we didn't know. I thought like the worst is over, but then
You thought, kahan join? Travel industry join kar liya maine.
No, but turned out to be great, right? Like I think it's travel industry really transformed in the last 4 or 5 years, not just in India, across the globe.
I contribute significantly to that industry.
Yes, I know with your magazine, which our hotel
No,
partners really
I
appreciate.
travel a lot.
Okay.
In fact, I tell people that my wife is very happy when I travel. And some people look at me very strangely, and then I tell them it's because my wife is my travel agent. So she makes money whenever I travel, and that's why she's happy. It's not about my being away, but that's both are jokes. On a serious note, now the first band campaign you did was with Rashmika Mandana. How did the partnership come about? What were the results? How did it work for the brand Agoda? And of course, that led to growth in business.
So normally we do spend a lot of time researching what is the story we want to tell our customers. And the first part we realized that Indians love to travel in group, right? Like family travel is a very big part of everyone's travel. And the second thing, we love Bollywood, right? Like it's a very big part of our day-to-day life. And we wanted to like be a bit dramatic, right? Like if you see the ad, if you would have seen the ad, it's a dramatized version of family drama. That's what we tried to achieve, and I think Rashmika delivered that great. Where just a brief, like it's a family deciding where to go. Each one has different priorities, and yeah, so that was the story behind why we did that, and then we took it on digital, and then eventually on other mediums as well. Did great. If you see like all the performance matrices, app downloads, and all, those delivered great numbers. Yeah, so that was like our phase one, where just generally inform people that we are here and we have millions of hotels to offer to you.
Then why did you switch to Ayushmann Khurrana? She was working well for you, and then you decided to bring in Ayushmann Khurrana, and you've done 2 campaigns with Ayushmann. Tell us a bit about that switch and what are the dividends that switch has paid off.
Yeah, so as I said, like it's a bit more story-led. Like we build a story that this is the story we want to. So think of it like a movie. Like you build a story and then you go casting who is the best and most appropriate person to deliver that story. So that was where we had Rashmika, and then we had a story we wanted to talk about solo travel. We wanted to talk about people who travel a lot, plan a lot. And it was like, okay, the first thing, like when we were thinking who can deliver this story really well, and everybody was like, oh, it's Ayushman, who's like funny, really like, you will see like with our brand things, like it's kind of in the right direction, like he's very into it, and like it just effortlessly delivers that. So that was the thing. It was more like this is the story you want to tell, and then who would be the best person to tell this story, and that happened to be Ayushman.
You know why you've done the film with Ayushman? You also did a campaign with him in February, which was AI-led, right?
Correct.
Tell us a bit about that campaign.
Yeah, so that's the first part which I was highlighting, I think, and that's the best part about working with Ayushman. He's into it. Like a lot of times, he's excited about doing new stuff, and then when we went with this idea to him that hey, so just taking a step back, we would love to create a lot of content. Travel is all about content, right? Like it's one of those which drives most of your Instagram reels and everything. If we had our way, we would like to create new content every week, but we can't. It's limited by budgets, cost, and everything. But can we personalize that experience? So we went with this idea to Ayushman that, hey, people look at videos, they do a lot of research before they go to a particular destination. What if we co-created some content where we can customize it to every customer who is watching a particular content? So like, hey, I want to go to Turkey, and then I can show him a Turkey video. So that was our thing where he was more than willing. He recorded those videos, and then we could customize into like 250 plus destination. When everyone watched, they actually got like a personalized kind of an experience saying that, hey, why are you just watching Turkey videos? You can book it in Agoda and then go. So yeah, that was the part where like with one video, we could create 250 personalization.
Krishna, again, the travel domain and the travel services business is growing automatically. There is a natural growth. There are staycations, business travel, leisure travel. Air conditioning is very strong, wedding travel, everything is growing. Every player is growing, right? Almost every player is growing. Travel services companies are planning IPOs. You look at the results of travel players, hospitality players, they have done results that they haven't done in an aggregated manner in 10 years. So how are you planning to capitalize on the Uber growth of the travel business? Give us a sense of, in terms of product offerings, in terms of technology, in terms of personalization, localization, what are you doing to be able to get a larger pie of the growing travel services business?
So yeah, absolutely right. Like I think post-COVID, the frequency of travel, purpose of travel has changed a lot for the better. And we were discussing, I think it's the best time to be in travel business at this point, whether you are a hotelier or an airline or an OTA like us. I think it's a great time to be. There's newfound love for travel, not just in India, across the world. So what are we doing? I think there are 2-3 key pillars for us specifically in India, and then of course across this is localizing as much as possible. So localize our storytelling, which is the first part we spoke about. Second thing is delivering things which Indian customers like. Where do they like to go? What places do they like to go? And then having very accurate supply for them. What I mean is like if people like to go to Dubai, they don't want to go to maybe Marina area, they want to go to downtown Dubai. So do we have very good supply for them? So that's like one of the variations of we use in supply. Then also the experience on the app. That's another part of the localization.
And I remember having booked the first Agoda, hotel room in 1819. Price, what got us on Agoda was price, right? Yeah. So do you still maintain the price advantage?
So yeah, like I think at the heart of it, and I should have mentioned this earlier, our motto is travel the world for less, right? We don't mean cheap. We mean whenever you travel, you should always get the best value for that money. And that is like the whole, everyone in Agoda, from CEO to like the business development person in the company, is just focusing on delivering that value to the customer. If there is a price which is available, our customers should have that price. So that's the promise, and the whole Agoda machinery is focused on, and that has done wonders for us. That's what got you also on Agoda. So we deliver on that promise. There's no deviation on that, and that's the other part. Like, and that's fit very perfectly with our Indians love to travel. Indians are experimental. They want to try new places, and but they want value for the money. They don't want to overspend for something. And I think it just matches one-on-one with what Indian customers expect and what is our core value.
Krishna, let me ask you, we've seen you doing the Rashmika Mandana campaign. You did the Ayushman Khurrana campaign. Clearly the next actor will be also rhyming with Mandana and Khurrana. I'm trying to think who. If there is an answer you have, we can pick the next Agoda ambassador.
Please do recommend if you have someone.
Right. But on a serious note, what do we expect from you as the season starts, so to say?
So,
so do we expect a new brand campaign?
So we just launched one for the season, which is the summer season. Not really like a summer season led, but we just broke a new campaign with Ayushman, which is around fridge magnets, which is again like a memory which is very unique to us, that when we travel, we want to bring memories from there. And fridge magnet happens to be one of those core memories. So that was the first one, sorry. And this one is about how you travel and then you want to talk about it to your friends. And so that's the new one we just launched. And then what we spoke about, there have been multiple campaigns about the AI one. Then there was a very good integration with Ayushman when he was traveling to US. So at this point, we are looking to create more content. As mentioned, travel is a very content-heavy thing. Like, people consume a lot of content, so we want to keep that freshness in it. So we would do something more about it to be associated with the core campaign we just got launched.
Krishna, again, right up front, you talked about the business of travel, the business of OTA, the business of travel services. Give us structurally what is happening in this domain. At the end of the day, communication and brand building is to be able to amplify the strengths that you bring to the changing business model. So give us a sense of what's happening in the domain. What should we expect in the OTA, travel services, travel business, at least in the next 6 to 12 months?
Yeah. So 6 to 12, I will consider like a bit of a small term, like a immediate term, and then I can talk about a bit of a mid to long term. So immediately what we are seeing is the demand is just increasing and getting maxed out by the capacity at this point in time. We are maxing out the number of people who are flying, like we are hitting new levels. These are the India numbers, like every day people flying is just increasing. Occupancies at hotels are all-time high. We just spoke about the results our hospitality partners are delivering. So what it means is a bit of premiumization. Like, we'll see a lot more supply coming in the just from the hotel's perspective, you'll see a lot more supply coming in branded segment, which is luxury and upscale. That's something which is happening. We just heard about the plane order placed by Indigo and Air India. So that's another capacity building. Also, record numbers of people are traveling outside India. So in terms of people who are associated with these services, so these are the three trends. What is primarily happening is people are traveling a lot more. And there is a lot more money coming into this. So people,
and then is the experiential travel, the luxury travel.
Correct. So that's what I was attributing to. So all these things are like firing at the same time, at least for India. And yeah, like I think it's a good time to capitalize on it.
Now, in travel, as you rightly said, Indians are very value conscious, right? Travel the world for less. Give us a sense of, now, where does that come from? How are you able to manage better inventory? Because there are other large players who have built brands, who have been around. They have the access to the same inventory or same supply side. How is Agoda able to get better rates?
So I think one thing which works for us, of course there are global brands as well, including us, is our investments in technology. And this is something I feel very proud about. Like, from my personal experience, it's probably one of the smallest marketing team I've seen, but super tech enabled, right? Like, they are able to run millions of dollars of campaigns and like other things and it's very tech driven. So that's one of the USPs of ours, that we've invested so much in that technology that it can help us sell anywhere in the world. So that's, I think, one of the big differentiator we have. And the second part is in terms of supply. We do a very good job of sourcing our own supply and also working with partners. Like travel is a big enough space. So I think partnership is also something which comes it's very core to Agoda. We love to work with everyone, and that has enabled us to give like supply across the world. And then the third part, which I said, like there is already enough people looking for travel on internet and able to convert that user, right? So if you do this very tight arbitrage, like there is a lot of people supplying, there's a lot of people looking for travel. If you can become that facilitator and bring that trust part of it, which Agoda brings in, I think that's the value prop we have cracked. That we will do this digital, and then in markets like India, Indonesia, Japan, we then amplify our presence through brand campaign. That has been the core strategy of Agoda.
Krishna, in your responsibilities, you're responsible for the Indian subcontinent and Maldives. Did you ask for that territory?
So it's
Confucius said, make your hobby your profession. You don't have to work. You seem like a perfect person to fit that quote.
Yeah, no, so I would think of it as a reward of doing good job in India. But yeah, we joke about it. Like when we are doing business discussions and all, of course, India is a bigger market and all. We would talk about India for maybe like 10 minutes. We would talk about Maldives for like 25 minutes, right? So yeah, no, just as it, I think.
Yeah, there's a ticket from Agoda for the best question. All paid trip to Maldives. So please keep your questions ready. My last question to you. Which is your favorite place to travel and why?
My favorite place, there are two. One is in Europe, Rome. I'm a history buff. And just before COVID, that was my plan to go become a tour guide in Rome, spend like 6 months and then see what to do.
I spent 2 hours in Rome once. I was coming from Cannes and then I was in Austria and I went to, there was a stopover and then I went out. So I went to the main Colosseum and, maybe 4 hours I had. So one is Rome and
then one is Bangkok. Again, it's before people just start saying anything, it's headquarters of, it's operational headquarters of Agoda. And I keep going.
Qualify जरूर लगाना पड़ता है. I'll tell you, 5-6 years back, there was a huge sports marketing conference and, I had to represent India. That time Mr. Rajavardhan Rathore was the sports minister and I went. So I was telling I am going to Bangkok to speak at a conference. And people would laugh, and the honest answer, I didn't even come out of the hotel for 4 days, like a holiday. But I must tell you that women love shopping in Bangkok because the amount of fabric, quality of clothes, and the price of shopping, and the brands, So,
you know where to book your hotels on for Bangkok.
Yeah. So, on this note, if there are any, we still have little less than a minute left. If there's a question for Krishna, we can take that. Anybody has a question for Krishna? Nobody has a question. So Krishna, if you had to make one prediction about travel and the future of building brands in the travel services domain, what would that be?
I think one like a space which I'm seeing is how fast can you leverage AI to create very personalized experiences for the users. I think that is going to play a very big role for us. We just, I think, scratching the surface at this point in time through advertising, and of course, a lot of AI gets used in the back-end technology as well. But I think that's a very, very exciting time. Like it's like billions of data points are available. If you can leverage that through AI and come up with a very streamlined customer recommendations, reviews rating optimization. So there's so much work on that front. I think AI is going to be a very, very influential part of the travel space at least.
Thank you so much. Please give Mr. Krishna Rathi a big round of applause. Thank you, Krishna.
For having me.
Since there was no question, the free Maldives package comes to me. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
I think that's the best outcome, but we just request, yes, we've got something to give it to you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, a bigger round of applause for our leader on stage. And we'd request Dr. Anurag Batra to give away a token of appreciation. Also, if we could have Nishant Kalra, Country VP Salesforce Digital, to also join us in the frame. We wouldn't have had missed the opportunity of having Mr. Kalra joining us in the frame together. So let's have the three leaders, and Mr. Kalra, if you can do us the honor of giving the token to our speaker. Look at those smiles. I think they require an encouraging round of applause. And with that, thank you so much. And we'd like to materialize this conversation with an Agoda AV. So could we have that on the screen now?
Agoda. अंकल मेरी चाबी और आपके लिए ये क्यूट सा ऊंट राजस्थान से अंकल जी मेरी चाबी या और आपके लिए फ्रिज मैग्नेट वन मोर फ्रॉम सिंगापुर वन मोर छुट्टी अफोर्ड कैसे कर लेते हो हाँ, अंकल आपने तो अपना स्वीट होम कब से नहीं छोड़ा बुक नाउ ऑन अगोड़ा पाइए कमाल के प्राइसेस अक्रॉस 3.9 मिलियन होटल्स एंड होम स्टेज चाबी क्राबी अगोड़ा दुनिया देखो कम दाम में
So I think the applause says it all, and of course, this was one of the campaigns which was discussed, and of course, we thought it was the right moment for us to display to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be quickly breaking in for a short break, but before we part ways, we'd just like to announce for the social media winners. If we have Siddharth S. Nair in the audience, we'd urge you to please join us. Do we have Siddharth amongst us? That's you, sir? Yes, please do join us. Let's give him a big, big round of applause as he's one of the winners of the social media contest. And we're going to be taking the opportunity of giving you a memento, sir. Sure. And also we'd like to re-announce for our winner, if Vinny Malhotra is in the audience, if Vinny is joined. If not, all right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're going to be breaking in for a quick networking break. I know we all have been engaging with each other, but we haven't got the opportunity to connect and talk. Remember, on the final session, and stay tuned for that, we have joining us the Senior Executive Officer, Marketing and Sales at Maruti Suzuki, Mr. Partho Banerjee, who's going to be joining us. But before that, we thought it's apt for us to network for the next couple of minutes. We'd request you to rejoin in the next 10 minutes. Thank you so much for being such a kind audience. And we request your arrival back in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Impact Second Edition of CMO 40 Under 40 list.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, may we urge everyone in the pre-function area to kindly join us back. I know a lot of you are still having the plates in your hand. Do not worry. Please feel free to bring that inside. We're absolutely okay with that, but we'd really like to urge you to join us back so that we can re-begin on time. So may we urge everyone in the pre-function area to kindly step in. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, one final announcement. May we urge everyone in the pre-function area to kindly step in. If you still have your plates in the hand, one final announcement. Please bring them inside and let's re-begin. Thank you. hello everyone. Maybe urge everyone in the pre-function area, if there's still anyone, we'd urge you to please join us back. For the ones who are standing, we do have certain empty chairs if you'd like to come towards the front row. Thank you so much. So, before we go to the final session, I always like engaging with the audience, and we thought by show of hands, let's just get to know how many of you were present in the summit. I think it's majority. Can we have a show of hands of all the ones who were present since morning, who could see all the beautiful faces and are still smiling, so that's good to know, right? I'm going to be urging a couple of you before we get the final session ready. Starting with our wonderful gentleman out here. Hello, sir. Hi. Firstly, during the course of day, was there any one key takeaway which you thought blew your mind, or anything which you felt was something which was game-changing for you?
Yeah, the entire thing was very informative, and especially talking about the technology that they were doing, that was all very, good learning for us, for all of us, yeah.
And so you're from which company?
I'm with Lakshya Group.
Lakshya Group, all right. Thank you, and good to interact with you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead to our final session for today. And remember to stay tuned as we've got the awards right after this. So, a very, very warm welcome once again. We can see a lot of bright faces, and without further ado, I do not want to come between you and the final session. Let's get ready to talk about our next topic, ladies and gentlemen, customer centricity, the key to enduring brand relevance and consumer engagement. For our strategic keynote with us, get ready to steer into the future of marketing with a brand that has been driving force in the industry for decades. Can you think of a brand that has not just weathered the storms of time, but has emerged as a beacon of innovation as well as reliability? Yes, we're talking about Maruti Suzuki, a legacy brand that has shaped the very landscape of automotive industry in India. But how does Maruti Suzuki continue to reign the supreme in the ever-evolving market? To know much more, let's welcome our speaker on stage, the Senior Executive Officer, Marketing and Sales at Maruti Suzuki, none other than Mr. Partho Banerjee. Let's give him a warm, warm round of applause. And welcome, Mr. Banerjee. And it's indeed an honor to have you today.
Thanks, Bhavna, for introducing me. Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible on the back? Yes. Good. So this is one way for me to check whether you people are with me or not. So, first of all, I would like to thank Lakshya Group, T4M, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this session actually. The topic given to me is about customer centricity. How is the brand relevance to it and how the customers are getting engaged to it. Interesting topic, I think, and everyone today understand that why customer centricity is so important. What is customer centricity? That is $1 million question actually. Anyone would like to throw some light on it? Yeah. I'm not going to have a monologue session. I would like to have a dialogue session with you all. Anyone? You want to speak something? Yes, gentlemen, there. No one? Yeah, please give someone the mic actually. I think this customer centricity word is, everybody talks about it. What is it all about?
I will have a go, Mr. Banerjee. My name is Naval Ahuja. I think customer centricity is about listening to, what your customer wants, right? It is about understanding, knowing the needs, servicing them well. Once you have a customer on board, making sure, they are satisfied, you are servicing them well, you are ensuring that, they keep coming back to you.
I think Mr. Naval has done my job quite simple now. He has answered it very well actually. He's bang on the target. Understand the needs of the customer. And Maruti Suzuki as a company for last 40 years has been listening to the customers. When we started, you all know, in 1983, we in India wanted a car which people can afford. So we were the one who started with a car costing just 52,000 rupees. SS80. That was the first car. The proposition was very simple. Value for money. A car for the people. That was the proposition. Before that, there were only two brands. You all know, Hindustan Motors and Padmini Premier actually. One car was designed basically for the bureaucrats, another was for the doctors actually. So every doctor will have a Padmini Premier and all the bureaucrats will have the ambassador. So that was the positioning. So when Maruti came into this market, they first wanted to connect with the masses. That yes, they wanted to tell to everyone that yes, you can also dream to have a car. So that's where the Maruti did the positioning when it came into the Indian market. Pure value proposition. Our branding used to be, kitna deti hai, petrol khatam nahi hunda. These were the ads. I think you all will be seen it actually. And we used to talk about the convenience part of it, which Mr. Naval talked about, how to service the customer. So there was one interesting ad actually, I don't know you people recall or not. One gypsy was flying on the Ladakh and the guys were looking for some place where they can eat some food. So they were not finding anything. Then suddenly, out of curiosity, some guy asked, "कोई service station होगा आसपास?" तो कहता हाँ है, एक service station तो है, लद्दाख में भी मिलेगा आपको. So that was the positioning, and that's how we were trying to listen to the customer and meet their requirements. That was the phase one. That time the customer centricity was this. Now let me talk about year 2000. In year 2000, I was seeing very interesting phenomena in Maruti. I was in sales and I used to travel to many of the markets. Suddenly the dealer starts saying, sir, Swift volume is increasing, but the small car volume is going down in the tier 2, tier 3 markets also. Interesting. हो क्या रहा है? What is happening? चल क्या रहा है? नहीं सर, Swift is picking up. बट वो ऑल्टो जो है थोड़ा सा अब ना शहरों में नहीं चल रहा है, गांव की तरफ जा रहा है. Interesting. So does it mean that India, everyone is now able to afford a Swift? Like today, if you see the data, everyone is talking that India, people are all migrating to SUVs. That is not a correct way to see the data. Why? I will tell you. I keep on telling to the journalist also, why that is not a right way. We talk about today of the total auto industry, 52% people are buying the SUV. Perfectly right. There is nothing wrong in the data. But the way you are analyzing the data, that is not correct. It is only the people who can afford to buy the car. Within that, you are calculating what is the contribution of SUV. But there are other side, there are many people who aspire to buy a car, but we are not able to count them. So the day the affordability part is taken care of, and why suddenly the SUV percentage has gone up? Simple logic. With the regulations coming in across the automobile sector, the biggest hit has been the small cars, because the base on a price level of 3 lakhs, you increase the price by 70,000. On a price of 20 lakhs, you increase the price by 1 lakh. The percentages are different. And unfortunately, in the last 5 years, during the COVID period, the monthly household incomes of the profile of the people who were looking to buy the entry cars, the CAGR is -1%. -1. So, one side, the vehicle prices have gone up to the tune of 15%. Other side, the monthly household incomes for last 5 years are not moving up. I'm talking about that segment of customer. So what is happening? The people who can afford to buy the cars, they are buying the SUVs. So what we are seeing is this, today everyone is moving towards the SUV. The point I'm trying to make is this, how you see the data is very important. So that time also that dealer when he told me, कि sir, ऑल्टो तो अब थोड़ा गांव की तरफ जाता है सर, शहरों में तो अब स्विफ्ट चलेगा. Interesting. So I went to some more markets. So I was that time in the dealer development. So I thought this is interesting case study. What is happening? It was not that Alto is not selling. There were some dealers, they were able to sell the Altos also. But some dealers, they were not selling it. The problem was of the experience. It's the experience which the customer wanted. We were more into looking for the same trend, value for money, fuel efficiency. Oh, we have a huge network. That's fine. That's hygiene. What more you're going to offer me? Then we came with the idea of Nexa. Nexa was purely an experience channel. We started the Nexa that we want to give you an experience, and how we curated the experience, we benchmarked not only the auto industries, we benchmarked the other hospitality sector also, be the hotel industry. We try to pick up the best concepts which were there. We studied that today the customer to whom we want to sell this product, what sort of experiences he enjoys when he travels, when he stays in a hotel, when he goes for banking. And there we picked up all the best practices and we created the Nexa channel. Just to share with you for the experience part of it, all the sales executives who were there, we ensured they need to travel by airlines. And they were all put up for training in JW Marriott for 1 week. That's how we prepared the team that day. That if you need to talk to customer, you need to experience that, then only you can talk. यदि मेरे को गाड़ी चलाना नहीं आता है and I talk about the car is very peppy and it gives excellent, the guy in front of me will ask, okay, take me for a spin. And he will immediately make it out. He is only parroting. He doesn't know what is it all about. So, if you want to give an experience, you need to feel it. Then only you can understand the language of the customer. So Nexa was that experience platform. That is the period when we started in 2015. Then we had a major disruption. COVID period came. By the way, when we started the Nexa, we ensured that of the total sales process, we must try to see to it how we can digitize the processes, which is very much doable. So out of the 26 processes in the sales journey, one is the customer journey, other is the vehicle journey, 24 of the processes were digitized. So we did it before. And then unfortunately the COVID came. Everybody jumped for digitization. Everyone was doing it. Hammer and tongs, everyone, left, right and center. IT companies were having an excellent time. Moonlighting और क्या-क्या lighting हुआ आप मालूम नहीं है. आजकल भी सुनने में आता है कि a guy was working in 4 companies and 5 companies. Very interesting actually. Oh, fine. So for every crisis there is an opportunity. But the bottom line was this, today many of this digitization which happened, it was done in a hurry. Was it thought from the customer point of view? How is the experience going to happen? I think no. So today, many of the places you go there, you will find the process has been digitized, but it has not been thought out from the customer point of view. So the third, now I think the era which has started is a combination of digital experience. How you are going to give it. Earlier the digital was to only improve the efficiency. आपको आने की जरूरत नहीं है बैंक में, आप घर बैठ के ही सर you can do the banking. That is just convenience part of it. But how to give a better experience to the customer? So now if you see the websites which are coming, they are coming with altogether different dimension actually. Just today only I was just interacting with one of the agencies, the digital agencies. The stuff they showed me was amazing. It was spellbound actually. Because today, if you want to break the clutter and you want to stand out, you need to come up with some innovative ideas. So the experience which you are going to give today through the digital part also, it needs to be something out of the box. Then only you will be able to grab the attention of your customer. Now, when we come to the digital part of it, there are some good benefits. First is the transparency. Anything which you do on the digital platform, by default, it brings in the transparency. There cannot be any vague part of it because you have something as an evidence to prove that this was the so-called thing, whatever, conversation, be it the transaction, anything, you can prove it. Automatically, the level of commitments goes up. Second important thing what has happened is the data mining. As we are more and more going for the digitization, the data is getting digital. And if anything is digital, it is very easy to do the data mining first. And now with the help of artificial intelligence, you are coming up with excellent analysis. Which customer, what is the propensity to buy, to convert, everything is doable. And if you have recently heard actually, most of the companies now in US, the way they are embracing the AI, it's going to change. In times to come, you will see voice bots, chat bots, they are going to be the faces. And they will be having a concept of nano personalization. If I'm talking to someone in South, I may be having an avatar of the local guy from there, the way the customer wants to see me. If I'm talking to a corporate guy, I will be having a different attire. And all these concepts have already started. In fact, in Maruti, we have already implemented it. Purely from the point of view that I need to have a better sort of an experience I need to give to my customer. B, I'm able to converse with him as per his ease. So today's time, if you talk about the customer centricity, if I know a gentleman X will like to talk to me at 9:30 in the night, I can make a call to him at 9:30, and he wants to converse with me in Telugu, I will talk to him in Telugu. And I know also that last time when he had a talk with me, what he said, what was his so-called the certain points which he was worried, all can be taken care of. That is customer centricity. That is how you are using the technology, how you are using the data to really appeal to your customer in the appropriate manner. So in Maruti today, just to give a data that every month we are getting close to 10 million customers visiting our websites. We are settled 10 million. And the amount of hyperlocal digital works which our marketing team is doing, just to give you a perspective that of our total sales, close to 15% of our business is coming from the hyperlocal. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. I feel in times to come, this is further going to increase, purely for one reason. If you see the concept of Tesla, Tesla doesn't have any showrooms. No showrooms. When I visited the US and I was doing a study on Tesla, I found something very interesting. They don't believe in the showroom for a very simple reason. They feel touch and feel is not required. I will give him the experience to the customer through the digital platform. And they have a very interesting way of doing these things. Suppose you have purchased a car of Tesla. They don't switch on all the features in the car. They control it through the software. So suppose one fine day you are going and you wanted some more power or zip in your car. They will study your data and they will offer you that I am giving you this package for a period of 3 weeks. Just trial period, enjoy it. Okay, great. And through the software you can update it and your power of the engine is increased. They have a battery, so the power is more, you're getting a better zip. After 3 weeks, now they will come back to you. Mr. Banerjee, how was your experience? Oh, great. So we can give you a package for $1,000 now, you can get this package. So if I say, no, I'm not interested, fine. No hard push. They will immediately withdraw it. Again, I'm back to that. So then I will suddenly realize as a customer, oh, my experiences was earlier was very great. I was driving it. I was having a good fun. Again, after 1 month and 1.5 months, again, they will pitch into me. Not now $1,000, maybe $1,500. And they will say, now it comes at $1,500. If you are interested, we can offer you. So the point I'm trying to make is the selling to in times to come will be based on the experience. It will not be initially be hard pitch. You experience the product and if you like it, you pay for it. The trends will change. So now if the new technologies which are coming, like the turbos, the strong hybrids, it is purely an experience by which a customer buys. From the outside, if you see the products, they are exactly the same. You need to give him the experience. What we are doing is this, we are trying to give the experience to the customer. Drive it, get a feel of it, and if you find it good, go for it. So the trend will change. It will not be other way around. Okay, you trust me and I'm going to give it. No. So Tesla is doing that. But yes, there is an investment. The product which he is making, he is putting all the sensors in all the cars. Many of the sensors, he is not activating it when he's selling the product. Case to case, he's switching it on. So when you're designing the product, whatever you are doing, you have to think about the experience part of it, how you're going to deliver it to the customer. Very important. Like today, for giving a test drive, many of the products which we launched, there was shortage of vehicles. In order to give the experience to the customer, we created the concept of metaverse. next hours. Virtually without the car, but you can still get a feel of the product in a very, very interesting way. Now it's quite common, many of the people are doing it. But the point is this, you have to give the experience. And if you are not able to give the experience to the customer, however good you talk about your product, how well you talk about the features, he is not going to accept it. He is very clear. I need a good experience. I will tell you a very excellent example of good experience and the systems. I will not take the name of that hotel chain actually. I travel quite a lot. So after a long day, I was retiring to my room. So I was checking in a hotel. So when I was checking in, so unfortunately, the guy who was there, he said, sir, you have to fill this form. So I said, it's okay. No, sir, our processes are very good CRM processes. We do it. You have to fill the form. I go, what do you mean by a good CRM processes? He says, we take care of the customers and other things. So I was going to stay there for 2 more days. So intentionally what I put my date of birth the next day. The day I checked in the night, next day only I put my date of birth in that form. Fine. So very good systems. Birthdays, everything. We really take care. Excellent. So the third day morning when I was checking out, there was a lady there at the counter, so I checked out another thing. I said, day before yesterday, in the night time when I was checking in, the gentleman at this counter told me, you people have got an excellent system. And I filled a form. I was very reluctant to fill that form. I was very tired. But despite that also, since he pushed me, and being a young chap, he was there, so I said, fine, I will fill it up. Yes, sir. Yeah, very good system, sir. I know that. I was told that you really greet your so-called the customers on your birthdays. Yes, sir, we do. I said, can you check? Yesterday was my birthday actually. No, I will check, sir, how it has happened. She also didn't know the process. After going back, then the manager came. Mr. Banerjee, thank you so much and wish you a belated happy birthday. I go, no, it's fine. By the way, why nothing? I have to say then only you are wishing me. So what went wrong? Actually, our system takes 72 hours to update the data. 72 hours. That is the efficiency of the system. I went to Bangalore and there was one boutique hotel, very small. So for a change, I was staying there, not in some big hotels. So in that boutique hotel, with me was my another colleague actually. So he used to stay there quite often. So he says, Partho, ab ki baar yahi rukte hain. I said, chalo, theek hai, how does it matter? So we went. From the airport, we went there. So as soon as he walked in, the lady at the reception said, sir, welcome back. Not to me, to my friend actually. So I was taken aback. How did he recognize? कि भाई वेलकम बैक कर दिया. तो मैंने कहा ये तो बड़ा अमेजिंग चीज है. एक तरफ तो 72 आवर्स लगते थे सीआरएम सिस्टम, बिग होटल 72 आवर्स दे टेक केयर. ये वेलकम बैक. तो आई आस्क्ड माय फ्रेंड, क्या काफी आते हो क्या, सब पहचानते हैं क्या, सारे रिसेप्शनिस्ट भी पहचानते हैं क्या? कहते हैं मुझे भी नहीं मालूम यार इसने कैसे पकड़ा यार भैया, नहीं इतना ही 1-2 बार ठहरे हम. तो नेक्स्ट डे मॉर्निंग व्हेन वी वर चेकिंग आउट, so I went to the thing. I said, yesterday we were checking in and the lady at the counter said, welcome back, Mr. X. So I said, how did you do? No, sir, good systems. Sir, we take care. Typically in that way he started speaking. No, I appreciate your good systems. I would like to learn from you. How did you do? Very nice. We were very pleasantly surprised. What an experience. Welcome back. So, and that too you're pointing to the right guy, not to me, because I am first time coming. No, sir. No, I will come only next time if you tell me, otherwise I will not come to your hotel. So I little blackmailed him. He says, sir, if you see the boy who is standing there, opening the door of the car, he asked, sir, first time? Or you know, or go to this way. So your friend would have said, no, I know which way to go. And on the back of the head, he will do like this. And the lady at the reception counter will find it out. He is doing like this and welcome back actually. Fantastic sister. Fantastic system. Nothing wrong about it. No, in a company like ours, we cannot do like that. That will create a problem actually. In a boutique hotel, it is possible. So the point I'm trying to make is this here, it is not the system. How you implement it and how you do it, that makes a difference. So many a times, we get somewhat, we become the prisoners of the systems. अरे system ये बनेगा, ये होगा, वहाँ से आएगा, यहाँ से आएगा. Hang on, hang on. Let's see it from the customer point of view. Is he comfortable in using this system? No, sir, it is excellent system. अरे no. Think of a guy who is buying a car. Why he need to know कि गाड़ी में कितने वाल्व होते हैं, इतनी सीसी की इंजन होती है, इसमें एक आपका गाड़ी के अंदर में एक यहाँ पे स्टीयरिंग होता है. अरे भाई गाड़ी खरीदा है मैंने, ये थोड़ी ना कि मुझे इंजीनियरिंग करनी है गाड़ी के ऊपर. आई वांट टू एंजॉय द कार, आई वुड लाइक टू हैव ए गुड एक्सपीरियंस, दैट्स इट. व्हाई यू वांट दैट कस्टमर टू नो सो मच? Similarly, when we are curating an experience, we should always think it from the customer point of view. So many times I tell to my team members, they make some system and other thing. Go and please check with your better halves. Are they able to really understand what you have made? Because the customers who are going to be there, they do not need to be very digital savvy. Everybody should be able to do. But unfortunately today what happens, the people who are designing it, they see it from their lens. So very important thing to be customer centric is this, to see it from the lens of the customer. We all talk about it to understand customer, but unfortunately we start seeing it from our lens. If I start seeing it from the lens of the customer, I will do a better job. Very simple thing. If I'm in his place, how I will do it. And at that boutique hotel, they didn't have, I think, the resources to have a great system. Being in Bangalore, they didn't have the resources. But yes, they made some system, which I think will be maybe 80% correct. Sometimes maybe some wrong calls would have been happened, but it's okay, fine. But I still remember that experience. It was a nice experience. And I remember that big chain, 72 hours also. Night when I'm checking in, they forced me to fill a form actually. Nothing happened. So the friends, my point is this, if you really are thinking of customer centricity, try to think it from the point of view of the customer, for whom you are making that system. Whatever thing you are doing, be it the services, be it the products, it's very important. So in Maruti also, we believe if you are able to see the things from the customer point of view, you will always do a better job. So I think being in the fag end of the day, Bhavna is looking at me, she's smiling, I don't know, she's giving a message, sir, your time is over. That could be one way. Bhavna, so if you are, no, she's not able to tell me maybe, and I think, so the point I will not take much time now because you all people had a long day, but from the customer centricity point of view, simple one thing, what Mr. Naval spoke about it, I just wanted to add one thing. To understand the customer, be in their shoes, live their life and see their perspective, you will design a fantastic system. If you want to be a good marketing guy, you need to know that. And then you need to find kaun sa system chahiye, kya chahiye. You will find plenty of people to do it. But first you need to be very clear on the brief. I will share one more interesting example. Do you have some time, Bhavna? Okay. When I was in marketing, so I was handling some of the brands. One was the Zen Estilo. So we were launching the Zen Estilo. So Piyush Pandey that time was the head of O&M actually. So I had been fortunate enough to work with him. So a brief was made. And his team was making a presentation. I think Sanjeev will remember actually, we were earlier in that Kasturba Gandhi mark. So Piyush Pandey came and he was sitting there. His team was making that presentation, that what is the positioning and what not he used to do. So it was a long presentation. Metrosexual, this and that. So Piyush Pandey typical thoda sa na wo hai, mast banda hai, matlab, still sometime I talk to him. Bindas guy. He was a cricketer, Ranji Trophy cricketer, tea taster होता था. कहता है पार तो जिंदगी भर तो चाय पी है मैंने. तो करते करते suddenly said, यार what is this absolute nonsense you people are talking about? क्या है यार? एक लाइन में बताओ चाहते क्या हो? One line you tell me what you want. So I was sitting there also. I was thinking what's wrong? They are doing a proper presentation. What's wrong? He is बेकार यार. पार्थ एक लाइन में क्लियर होना चाहिए क्या? What do you want? The more sharper the brief is, more better is the communication. If you putting into everything, that means you yourself are not clear what you want. So similarly for the customer experience also, you need to be very clear what sort of experience you want to give. No, everything should be provided. Not possible. Then you're diluting the experience. If you know very clearly what you want efficiency, like take the example of Indigo, very clear in their brief. The experience is efficiency, not premium services. When Kingfisher was there, their experience was to give a premium feel. Very clear. Whosoever has curated the overall customer journey, he is very clear on that. So if you really want to delight the customer, you need to be very clear what route I need to follow. And if you're clear on that, you will succeed. Indigo never talks about any premium experience. You sit in the flight and if there is some extra leg space seat is empty also, you sit there, the airstress will come, sir, you have to pay some 600 rupees more, something like that. Very clear. Efficiency. Fine. Sometimes the customer will feel, oh, what's wrong with that, it's going empty. No, that's the policy. That's the policy. So, some people may not like it. Some people will feel it is okay. So you have to think about it. Who is your target customer, what he wants, and what sort of experience you want to give. If you want to give all sort of experience to your customer, you will not survive in the business. That is also equally important. So you need to know your customer very well before you want to curate the experience. If you don't know your customer and you just want to do everything, like Piyush Pandey rightly said, kuch nahi hoga. Nothing will happen. He was sharing with you one example of Fevicol actually. He was telling कि वो Fevicol जो था, उनके जो मालिक थे, वो बॉम्बे में थे, तो उनका जो मालिक था, he was very close to Piyush Pandey. तो उनका एक मार्केटिंग हेड होता था. तो एक हाथी का वो दिखा रहे थे कि बॉन्डिंग हो गई है, भाई अब हाथी होगा. तो पीयूष पांडे वाज ऑफ द ओपिनियन कि यार हाथी जो है हम बैठ के खींच देंगे, ठीक होगा. तो मार्केटिंग हेड वाज टेलिंग कि नहीं, एक और होना चाहिए, खड़ा होके भी हाथी का शॉट होगा, तब बात बनेगी. तो कहता है बड़ी देर तक बात चली. तो उसके बाद में जो ओनर था उसने बोला पीयूष पांडे को कि भैया बैठने वाला तो हम आपको दे देंगे, ये खड़ा वाला जो है बिल है ना, ये हमारे मार्केटिंग हेड को भेज देना, ये पीछे पड़े हुए हैं कि दूसरा भी करवा के छोड़ेंगे. So once you have decided, then you should leave it to the right experts. He knows much better how to show the thing. Sometimes we just go by the gut feel, it's not right. Get the right people to do the job, they will deliver it. So I'm sharing some of my experiences. So maybe you people will be feeling ki, I think that real time and life examples are much better to connect with than to tell you something from Peter Drucker and other things. Sorry, Sanjeev, you made a long speech. I am not looking at it actually. My apologies to you. So Sanjeev told me, sir, you should talk out of all these things, but I thought I can connect with this team with my experiences. So friends, if you want to really be customer centric, first thing, understand your customer. How to understand? Live their life. Live their life. See all their touch points, what they do. If you really understand, then get the right people and be very clear in your brief what you want. I'm sure wherever you people are there, you can really do a good job. So with that, Bhavna, I think I will end my speech. Thank you so much, and my apologies for coming late.
So I think, ladies and gentlemen, the applause can be roaring enough for such a great session, and of course, so much to learn from the real-life examples given. We'd now like to have the opportunity of inviting on stage, ladies and gentlemen, if we could have LV Navneet, Chief Executive Officer of the Hindu Group, to help us with the token of appreciation to our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm, warm round of applause. And let's capture this moment and make it the finale moment of hashtag Pitch CMO. Mr. Partho Banerjee. Come on, everyone. A warmer round of applause for him. And Mr. Banerjee, since we absolutely loved your talk, our team has also urged and requested your presence